got the coffee pot rumbling here. So I'll give that a moment to do its own thing. I hope you're ready for a good day. And if you're not, hopefully, miraculously, things can get a little ship shape for you. Yeah, some things in life, they just keep rumbling no matter what you do. It's like we're almost there. Just let me get thoroughly set up at least. Sometimes when things delay a little bit beyond what you had planned, you can always find something to fill in your time, I find. It's usually something something to think about, something to grab I didn't get. much love, many blessings. Enjoy the jam. We're gonna get started now. Circle now, we conjure thee that thou mayest the boundary be between the world of men we know and what the mighty one shall show. A guardian and protection be for power we shall raise in thee. Preserve contained in thy sphere to aid the work we shall do here. So have we consecrated thee, so may our circle blessed be. Sky and sun and sea and earth, teach us, give our wisdom birth. Sun and sea and earth and sky, with your powers gathered nigh. Sea and earth and sky and sun, all together four is one. Earth and sky and sun and sea, join us as we call to thee. Loving Lady, mighty Lord, by cup and shield and wand and sword, we ask your presence and your light to bless the work we do this night. Light and darkness and day and night, I bid you collide. Kindle these warriors' spirits, breath of life into their bodies and cause having their wrongs. Arise, warriors of the past, pick up your swords and prepare to do this battle. Spirits of darkness, arise in with the powers of Gwenvael. Fight the blight, this be darkened night in our right. Zekia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Seeking Hedikia Kampa, Seeking Yadana Kampa. Give me all that I summon forth by name. Come to me by your head, call and answer my most urgent plea, most graciously through matrimony, most harmoniously through our loving family. Renosi sekeu e wasam putura de herkirusha and to Sirukai Korakutijeni was Maha Watsuki was set the dolls I paid to deep sharpens and Sadaman. On Basharamantaya Sawakon Vashmanatayas Varnunani the Nunani and Harandu among Ching Strong on each nine, Teres Wakum Sharaya, Yantrayas Vaha, Ewu, onde trashita paranas Wakum, you trashi atrashi varanas Vaha, Rura de Rura King on the Nidong, Chong Hong Hong Chong Shong, on Hayabi Sharamatayas, Wakum Hayaba Shamanatayas, Baha, Haza, Rimon Hong, Onamakusana, Borom, Namahasamata Vasharam Ham, who I hear, who get a lula, Ring Gong, King Kong, Onanganai, Mayaswa, Komanaya, Mayas, Baha. Wawi away, shring on Gong on Hiroshika Patai, so Wakom, Jorti, Hitching, Loga, Jivatis, Baha, Nunanina, Nunan, half, Kling on Pong, on Shirichi Patai, so Wakom, Shijai Varatayas, Baha, Unada pasano, suwako manakari, bubabi bubu bear, bork, bubu bearong gamen. Reno sisikyo, we was a putur, red head hirusha, hensu sirukai, or kutijen, was ma, hatorotsuki, the set the tolls I paid to deep sharkins and a salaman. Parashukushu Baruru, Pilma, Kabal, Momu, Lalabo, Pogogana, Rababo, Galana, Bareko, Sharoba, Stanabala, Saroba, Preku, and Belu, Motion Level, Paruni, Unican, and Belu, Google, her, he got a very shukila, Bolo, the Mama Shell, Gorosuluma, Bobo, Maru, Karage, Ziku, Gig, Montgomery, Namunu, Pakalamu, Zipini, Givilanu, Saju Mashanana, Sarolim, Parmarato, Sisi, Mashinana, Aruna, Ramani, Dumutu, Rataki, Luguri, Seatward. Kinman Gai Gol, Sikor Nenning, Gordon Beru, getting Namtala, Kupano, Kuku, Kakumash, Korsanan, Sakarima, Shisharu, Malabaka, Kadaglu, Gatorma, Rata, Korboma, Kugora, Korus, Sorulu, Barmaskin, to Titiku, Lugat, and Makio, Parokuna, Lugat, and Makio, Pangishu, Soroli Muna, Banatatus, Arima, Shakaranu, Sulomana, Darabo, Gil, Balarin, Netamadu, Tagatuku, Moshtis, or Emotion, Gorsu, Remashator, Sesarapadik, Bobaras, Zukan, Palugalap, Boragni Bo. We are also known for is found perfect before the natural coming out you. We had said these are the elements of our body perfected through suffering, glorified through trial. The scent of the dying roses has three pressed sigh of our suffering, and the flame red fire is the energy of our undaunted will, and the cup of wine is the pouring out of the blood of our hearts, sacrificed unto regeneration, unto the newer life. And the bread and salt are the foundations of our body, which we destroy in order that they may be renewed. For we are also triumphant, even also Ronofus, the justified one. We are he who is clothed with the body of flesh, yet in whom flames the spirit of the eternal Natanum Kamiel Shinyu. We are the Lord of life. We are triumphant over death, and whosoever partaketh with us shall arise. We are the manifester and matter of those whose abode is the invisible. We are the purified. We stand upon the multiverse. We are its reconciliar with the eternal Natanumid Kamiel Shinyu. We are the protector of matter, and without us, the multiverse is not. Hail to Huri, making victorious all over his enemies. On the night that of battle and of making the fettering of this bowl, day that of destroying the enemies of the Lord of the world, night that of making to stand the shed and shed to salutation of power, Father, Mother, Supreme Being who comes is to Huri. Thanks for the words divine. Our will, mind, and heart belongs to you. Our Abarni too. Empress of the skies, heavenly queen, beloved, all set our heart is keen, from darkness to be released, to connect with our power and deepest peace. Bless us that this may be so in accordance with heaven's plan that we grow. Beloved queen, clothe us in your authority and light. We now claim our spiritual birthright. Goddess Kinemetonket, whom loves us, protect us now. We rest in your heart of love and peace, so be it. Also, Ronopus will confirm. Lady Olset and Neb Rapi, shining bright, support our Merkaba, build our collective body of light. We are in your protection now, and from harm we are free. Align us now with our inner divinity. Through our own free will as beings of light, we now allow our Merkaba to alight, arising from below and descending from above. Penetrate darkness too with divine light and love. Merkaba protection, body and spirit is one. Fragmentation and disconnection are now forever undone. Lilikim Linus, Kirili Staxa, Repetu, Marticuli, Tikni, Shali, B. Ialo Armeshar, Genmesharilu, Science, Yamila, Rato, Turmo, Girsha, Isaya, Yagariaga, Biasha, Biasha, Jireka, Jireka, Dupira, Laka, Isaya, or Yega, name to Kurum, Kima, Kutri, Kelly, Shami, Yena, Zumria, Isayena, Zumria, Biega, Reina, Zumri, Biasha, Yena, Zumri, Bi, Isilika, Ina Zumria, Dupira, Ina Zumria, Laka, Ina Zumria, Tara. Zumriata Texi, Ina Zumriata Garuba, Ina Zumriata Sarnica Nish, Mashkapulu Tam Tunu Nish, and Kibelgim Lutam Tunu Nish, Mabuk Mashalani Lutam Tunu Nish, Fishport, and Kunu Lutam Tunu Ina Zumrial Utabrasama, Yaya Yartunani, Abba Barnani, Nani Baperik, Perik, Bagabaez, Zagabaez, Bagarbor, Akarbor, Bagarbaez, Akarbaez, Barakarbor, Bagarbaez. Akarbaez, Baperik, Pebenani, Barunani, Ya, Korboria, Rinbai, Bore, Ya, Sakaki, Sakuti, Kia, Sorweki, Ketulu, Ya. Shrim Vajratrukani, Him Pasvaha. 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 Anushu Bambi Gapsuki Shariki Kotasha Sharamara Yadaguru Kalamas Nikuringa Nuna Puru Nexon Kukariash Shumur Kutu Ziana Kapaziki Kampakalu Baranan Tatabarala Shakbaragi Gimbarala Lord Barata Lord Baramas Kimbaralo Tuparai Paparala Tubarama Subara Akaru Bara Roku Bara Golor Bara Lutu Bara Tupsati Nazul Ala Zuladin Nazu Gim Zuladin Nazu Mula Zuladin Nazu Lingir Latin Nazu Maskim Zuladin Nazu Bare Nazu Ziana Kapaziki Kampa Musiksigag Mariene Agisha Shurkishnu or Masha Sigar Bari Zigashur Barnai Si Sharma Zigar Namza Yendore Sharki Buar Uba Indianam dea Sarafis Rito Mandaya Mande Varti Nadiana Sajishiri Sana Sani Vistik Yerovan Makuru Kati Hari Heravan Maya Paputa Sanka Karanam Skaran Mantra Hrom Metra Yartama Home Rim Rapari Yartama Home Shaya Yartama Home Rim Banape Tama Home Ram Kari Yartama Home Rapusne Nama Home Ram Karanka Bar Harikatama Home Rim Mari Karikatama Home Rum Marika Yartama Home Rim Savita Nama Home Ram Kari Nama Home Rabuskar Nama Home Rim Sorry for sorry Yana Yarna Mahal Palasi Yasha Namaskari and Yako Portatini Lini Ayo Pressure Balam Vietnam Tesam Kaja Yarte Hong Kong Kring Mong Herubas or Hong Kring Bong Shamasha Kasapia Kasapia Yapisha Mushta Pistia Kematin or Kutushula Limli Shuri Surubu at
tuku epita shunu kimamena tuina tikili tu shunuli mutumana kuluri shunuli shumana kulurdini shunoliki shurmalutari terama shaluti shakashapti sharoshi arkushi shurti arki shurkuyushi ningarko shabakambang ibigera gibilkashu mana yang tutushte shilalani oliamani yaki gispariasi yazi tinggar gara kampa enki mardu korsemi togi shabu pranan shamtorina gisparababu kibil magera siaga kambak kamar no shariul kunushi shariulai kunushi shariulai kunushi shariulai kunushi shariulai tel kunushi shariulai kunushi shariulai kunushi shariulai katin kunushi shariulai tanulai kunulai kutina zumri la yuta prasama aga masaratu is masarati sharmushi li churuli shishali nutizi saneme alani ramputi shimada yara parti dina laki limda hosi kumushi alani mushi ti yamasarati is masarati pa it's masaratu aga masaratu yara borgoni shamashkori yamasaratu ziki akampapa koro manerki yashatabara masaratu bara Vishnu Om Klim Snar Vertnam Hom Sam Kuberari Kartama Umutef Kubera Nebakoro from Vidatu Bumidevia Meton Dumutef Nuk Sekeru Mediak Neki Nanta Saram Tari Neketa Sukore Kertesem Sorsir Himu Tuksu Torata Sanahami Sanari Yatnam Haomi Amendra Yatnam Hakop Snop and Rom Tejo Saktor Nayamanakon Websnop Nuk Sekisatana Om Sexat Temtakis Wexeka Kartakaran and Kabai Ataik Nakor Savet Tepsaruna Bek Merkola Kutulu Tata Lagni Omra Magnari Yartama Umami Amari Yartama Happy Yarma Umam Saratu Tara Yamatan Happy Hanuk Happy Sekisaronam Sexaret Sektabata Kunu Winek Airtake Korekortana Niktep Mormatuya Nuyan Lilian Vinari Tiraxasum Samras Sar Yartama Umvam Varunari Yatnamaha himself Varuna Varlatu Salmalaria Metanim Senukim Setseki Sarina Sexaruna Pekmen Setsenutuni Kupetera Mautun Rotas of Zidingaran Kampazinger Kampazabel Payomiam Vayor Vernamha Morsi Morkala Morulu Mormatu Ziningaran Kampazinger Kapautu Sutorata Kutulu Tataraka Suzaktu Titakala Yarnuian Lilian Gizambeo Prim Brabarnen Mahar Dramuna Mohano Mansaratu Lectus Rayam and Capru Nevim Caprasha Caparam Mora Morolu Asaku Takala and Esratin Nebu Maha Jajati Sarama Swati Tipsakis to Menaru Defmes with Tornetor Prim Kronso Yatnamaha Prim Strings and Yatnamaha Prim Shring Mangali Yatnamaha Mim Shring Mambur Yatnamaha Prim Bromdas Pati Yatnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Shukra Yatnamaha Om Hrim Shrim Samchana Yatnamaha Om Hrim Robert Namaha Om Hrim Ketu Vertnama Jap Kusum Samkar Shankasya Paham Mahadari Tim Tamurim Sarapapaknam Brown Hosmindi Bakaram Dari Shankar Tushar Pam Kishor Ranapa Sambhavam Namami Shasharam Samam Shambor Mukur Tabushanam Raning Skarpa Samputam Vedu Karti Samaprabham Kumaram Shakti Hastam Tamangalam Pranamamiam Priyangur Hari Kisharma Peram Pratimamburam Somyam Kuno Petam Tamburam Pranamamiam Devanam Charu Sheram Chakurum Kanchana Sani Bamburi Butam Kasham Tam Namami Prayas Patim Himankutam Raina Lapam Yarnam Paramam Kurum Sorvas Paravaktaram Barkavam Pranamami Hamnela Janan Sambasam Ravi Putram Yamukuracham Chachaya Martana Samputam Tam Namami Sanas Warama Fakariam Mahavyam Chandradi Gavi Martanam Smigel Gorbasam Putam Tam Rahum Pranamami Ampalasa Pushpasam Karashan Toraka Krahas Matakam Rorom Ramakam Kurom Tamek Ketum Pranamami Hamam Brahma Morari Tripona Kalipanu Shashi Purmi Sutar Burasha Kurusha Shukra Shardi Reuketu Sarvagrahama Super Baratam Kurume Shanti Om Purbot Wars War Om Tatsa Vitor Vaniam Purgudovasya Dirma Hidiun no Pratudaya Om Tatsa Swaha Hari Om Tatsa Swaha Nanasin Yanamra Sikti Asini Ananaba Samagasta Yakia Kampamagavati Anana Kampamashri Ananazia Kampagi Magia Sagastina Kiashtalo Kaloish Nabu Kurios Morkurios Yas told to Arkalku Yazir on board Moser Sif Nis kan pas Las Harkashin Kalas kan pa Nabosa Tartus kan pa Yagashia Sashia Kulamanias Yamarkali study Yagushir Yanani Yarnian Yaristapa Marcha Karni Yaramilo Yakshi study kan pa Inanas Yarma Kampa Bisarma Kampa Yaya Basi Roloki Sir Shamashudu Yadur Yazuru Secretamaria Yatare Chia Ataralia, she Wartala Maria Canpaziri Yaruku Yakambaziri Yarustu Yakampa, Zishtazera Dakuzi Partukan Payashtazi Kampa, Yarina Masabaruna, Masabaruna, Karmasabaru, Yana Karya Yazian Kampa, Yan Karian Korya Yan Yazin Yakampa, Yakantala Makiata Kampa, Marugumu Pro, Scaliartagia, Gardiama Pornes, Yamorugu, Tukus, Rings, Zakarim, Sana, Gada, Beluku, Inipmano, Yardu, Yandara, Yazi, Partubalku, Perderiku, Bargaka Kampa, Belzig, Zag, Barbazak Baron, Noisalian, Shuki, Gamsuki, Jergi, Godash, Seramara, Yeringur, Lamas, Nikurin, Garnina, Kurunation, and Pukaria, Shumur, Ujo Varashina Vajani, Precious Touch, Stomam, Joshua Pranotrom, Hori Prani, Devi, Varti Prandia, Ranu, Pratram, Charasi, Beach, Vahar, Day, Omdevi Karya Yari, Namaha Karya Yarnima, Mariama, Yogin, Darishwari, Nam Kupsurtam, Devi Parti Meko, Namaha, Isara Starte, Diana Karte, Merta Karya, Nagichi, Marnito, Well, Ton, on board Boswa, Hotas, Vitter, Varnyamber, Fulvasi, Thermahe, not Churad, Ipsos, Shosh, Konashanta Torota, Ro, Bora, Rota, Tua, Brahata, Bra, Ungong, Gang, Gong, Kong, Bang, Gong, Shrink, Tong, Bang. On Trambakam Yaj. Vaj Mahe Sugam Dinkustivar Haramor Baruka mi Baba Natmul Yormo Chergia Tertama Rim Chong Kuma Kujier Cake Krom Rim Shrim Rim Shom Krom Kujirka Krom Chom Marea Griforana no Kurwasi Kinoy Mulay Shufray Naha Shrim Basamere Sukrais Baha Kring, Kali, Swaha, Sarva Vista, Me, Terhi, Me Mahali, Namaha, Sanking Ju Lantern, Jun Sanching Ju, Lantin Ju. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya Hare Krishna, Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Ramerti, Rame Maro Rame Sasturna Taturiam Ram Nam Varanarne, Om Vinaya Karya Namahoma Karya Veranamahe Vakran Hudari Adair Mahitano Tanti Prajudayat, Vakatunda Mahakarya Surya Koti Samaprava Noir Kolam Kurume Deva Sarva Koryeshur Sarvara, Shri Guru Suraj Nishmane Mukure Suror Ragu Borbi Mocha Sujur Ragu Fortor Burhi, Tarujani Kusumiro Puban Kumar Borburi Vidya Humoe, Rahu Koleso Vikar J. Halimangan Gun Sugar J. Karpisti Loku Jargaram Judatali Bardamanjani Pupavan, Surdam Hamaha Vivaram Pajurangi Kumartini Bosamarike Saniki Kachan Varaber Subesikaran Kudoku Jikis, Old Bosra Udu Borji, Viraji Kalte Borchore, Cruz Roches and Korsuban Kusin and Dantish Prata Mahajak Pardan, Vijabarni Gorni Teacher Toram Koshkari Bekuwa Topralu Taritrasana Bekoraja Ramakansi Raman Vasias Korosharan Suroj Rosh Nation Mukure, Surho Pornora, who bought the Mocha Sujorda, who for Chorburhi, Tarno Jarni, Kisumi Ropavan Kumor Borguri, Vidia, the Rumo, Rahu Coleso, Vicar J. Harimankan, Gun, Sigar J. Carpisti, Loku Jargaram, Judatal Barama, Jani Pundupa, and Sutnama, Mahavrikan, Bajongi, Kumartini, Bos, America, Sanki Kashan, Raburej, Subesikaran Kundoku muji kisa ho vojara voje veroje korte morse Charehu sorse sa korsuvan kusanin dantes pratama jagpardan video banikuni teacher toram kosh karibe quarter Ragutri Sinabikurasi Rana Kansitaman Basia Sukshama Ruptari Siarhi de Karava Vikar Ruptari Dan Karsorava Bimaru Dari Asur Sankare Ramachandra Kikasan Varde Ori Sorjiva Kanje Ari Sri Ragu Virashi Varki Ragu Parikan Hiva Urbalai to Mampriyar Parati Sambai Sahaspadan Tumhara Yashkar Luskar Hishri Parikanto Akar Vesan Kari Ramari Mortesunarat Sarat Sahire Hesa Yamku Bordi Porjahan Teka Bikabor Kari Karhetu Kertum Kosograve Hinkerna Ram Milaria Raj Partena Tumhara Mantrabi Varshan Manalan Kosvorabari Subjag Jarna Yusa Hasra Jorjan Barbar Nula Yor Tarhimar Or Forjanu Rabu Mudrika Milir Mukmar Herjal Lorgi Kari Ashraj Narhi Torgam Krishjarka Kejetes Surakan Nukrahatum Red Ron Duare tum Ragvarde Warner Gabir Nupasarte Suk La Hetum Horisahan Room Ragsharka Hukor Darkna Apante Samharo Paten Hunlo Kanker Kalpavor Besarchnikar Markina Vema Verjam Nam Surve Nasro Harahi Sapera Japarnan Taraman Peras and Katse Ruman Chorol Ve Man Karam Rajan Jan Julve Super Ram Papas Vera Jaten Kekas Sarkon Tu Muji Yarasarusa Ker Tumra Guare Sorne Kardam Ram Dar Harmde Ashaser Hinavner Hi Kerdat Haus Warden Jan Ki Martaram Rasayan Tumhara Pasasara Rahora Gupartikera Tumhare Bajan Ram Kopa Ve Janam Janam Ke Duk Besarave Al Kalragu Ver Porjar Ye Janam Jaram Hare Barka Harye Orde Tajirna Dar De Yarnumal Serhi Sorvesur Karhi Sankar Katermite Sapiera Josmera Hanuma Babera Jejia Numan Kusa Inkri Bikaru Guru de Yarnain Josar Barpat Kare Korhi Jortehi Barhi Mahasur Morhi Jorgia Parte Ardemas Reisa Horkia Siri Sarki Koris to Sira Sara Hari Chera Karshita Sotar Yemin Dera Pavorne Sakar Ramangor Mortiru Puran Lakansitam Sarhit Hondaria Sahapasa Husorbu O Maharaja Vashrosi Sarvashar Vajahum Pamho Ganesh Ram Jarandi Varnyam Horn Namafur O Mem Him Shri Mem Glomem Namamuk Bhagavati Vatali Vari Varumuki Varumuki Antertini Namaru Rumtini Namar Shambet Japini Namamohe Mohini Namastambet Sandini Namasarabadusha Prusra Masravat Svarak Sirasak Jormukati Jiwasan Baram Kuru Vasyamem Glum Tai Tao Mastraya Pahat Swaha Mani Mane Mamane Shira Shariti Shameshavita Sandamukuda Mukudavi Shavi Shea Genes Tishavita and Yorubashani Nevita Batara Nevita Atantra Shudai Kurim Kure Yada Shugash Sama Bori Pig 3G, Tritoroma Risher, the Sogina Kushana Basha Shudai Matata Matara Shana Kishara Shataya, Paramana Taya Sara Marako, Rukio Moki Area, Daichi, Nadichi, Nadito Nadi, and Nabikunabi, and Kurikandari, Sadari, Kuri, Poroshani Hachi, Debbie, Roker, Katakata, Tanada, Kushara, Hachi, Borasani, Subarani, Batani, Batani, Suya, Shani, Soya, Karani, Soya, Shagara, Servishani, Daimara, Dai, Sarisha, Set, Sorabishara, Drake, Shoshara, to get a share beginning. I take Anya Mana, Sericaritis, Savasavita, Vicinda Mugdam, some Jake, Sax, seen a city submitted the Tani, looking to celebrate the vicinity, do a bit in the Vista, Betana, Paris, Kuli, Aradi, Paradis, some son of people, but get down body city, Samuel Corsan and Kone by Tony Matamatu Sato, Sari, Sayu, Patala, Vukula, Roman and Hayes Baha, Kalam Hash, Palo, Muki, Arabata, Nativati, Tini, City, Nativatis Baha, the data that Narikunadis Baha, again, Kanai, Mataka, Kuli, precise Baha, Sasikam sahu, sasikam sahu, sasikam sahu, wong hong shong, gong hong shong, gong hong shong, gong tong, gong tong, gong tong, gong tong, gong shro, ho shro, ho shro, gong lim so, gong gong ling, long, gong sor hung, gong geng, gong kri, mong hong shong, mong hung shring, haring, 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 ong heru wasor, hong pam doom, ong gang king glong, ong pam king blong, ong gang king glong, ong kang king glong, ong kang king glong, ong bunny, glong, ong blom, blong, ong shong shing shrong, ong krong king glong, ong shong shing shrong, hung ring shing, ring, ring, bam doom shong shring, Shlong gong gong sor hung shring gong kring gong shring gong shring a ring a ra rang ong heru wasor funking so ong ging ong long du hung daini chin ora om pasha datu pa mashu ku na ora max ri hu mashu no ora man nas baba tora mira no ora om dat shara hum pu ku shi shor no ora om mo ge se ai ku shi no ora om ru ru ka dale ma tagis va bu chere bu no na ma ba ba ni sni sai om ru ru volatis solo ka sor ba plan ni swa shor ka ji sai bo so om lo lik swa daisy shi bo so om chacha swaha tarobosu nama samata boharam pururo or babe tare tatini swaha sinju sinjin kaji sabo soma pashara amni bato kaji sabo soma tur baba umpa swaha jorchime kaji sabo soma hakuron kari swaha jordai kaji sabo soma kale koli koli swaha norin kaji sabo so umpare sermala swaha kol sarta pashara sarta bahar hanya bo som shishu da vijay swaha fujo bo som samyen swamo jo bo som mana makena moro bo som tre swaha jizor bo som ha bisma swaha Kukol borsu namal kasi karbari amali kamari moli swaha nikol bosu omru dotes swaha kukol bosu onkando bari swaha turku marna smata pasharam kana morosana swatari hum farhan bosanta my om sonabani sama hum shashara hum par kundari my om mantra hum par by the toku om sri kalarupa hum comes swaha kongoli yashu my om vashara yakso hum maisen my om maraga roshni sabasha sarvasha hum pamurku jaku my om maruru swaha Sarvor Kolchiram Kubai Swaha Konkor Song Gungum Prasha Raja Hum Swaha Sinishi Doji Om Janasi Swaha Chikukutun Trasarara Pramarana Swaha Sukurjorten Umviraka Axipatai Swaha Komokutun Virupaxan Gipatai Swaha Tomotan Visrupani Swaha Bensaitinum Saraswati Swaha Dekokutun Mahakari Swaha Kichi Jotunum Mahalari Sri Swaha Karitomum Durmaliari Swaha Daikinitomri Swaha Marishitinom Marisi Swaha Teshungitomri Kaum Swaha Om I'm Bram Braharnim Srari Bram in Partonom Vermanari Vermahe Haranya Gerbari Adir Mahitano Brahma Prashudair Taturmukaria Vermahe Maros Rodari Adir Mahitano Brahma Prashudair Om Him Shring Creams also Chikam Brahmanam Brahma Shana Pratanam Prushra Devi Maru Prushu Verapaha Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Shiva Guru Devoma Swara Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tashmeshri Kurve Namaha Ushek Nebhet Verkem Tintiam Kaibit na Hohor or Ratia Fim Kitna Bolsik Kesu, Tunes or Korji of Afbaste Taratuar and Staffer and Signa Martanemu, Sortu Tutor Menti Bartu for Ru Carbiu, Shakerune, Kerun, Kermenti on the Befsara Keru, Neverusi Kriuna, Bolina, Timtim Sepuari, Mapayu, Turkarehi, Neb, Coach, Heb Nefer Chesotapane, Chabu, Trumprium, Tortor, Sibyl Sea, Floridi, and Ridi, and get Turbing in Norman, the Magi Sisha, Pervigo, Thron, Nori, Turmania, the Motski, Ronskjol, Pure, Erkel, Dolphin, Free Libre, Life, Ordin, Ortin, Gerda, Free, Verteg, Vertigis, Viter, and Gessi, Grarsweb, there is Vitari, Verdeg, Botter, Bramfield, Take off, Rudi, Froven, Week, Garbis, Garvier, Sigara, Repo, Score for the Lips, Girls, Gerfi, Serming, Gering, Scarping, Job, Rannikor, Ring Horn, Coursing, Koros, Giormi, Bifri, this very flame, this with Arvi, Dirvi, Georg, Fjorne, have Germir, Swoon, Trofion, Fimbotil, Slidior, Harris, Rigi, Virli, Fjorkior, Moshville, Niflheim, Erfel, Gorgin, Gogab, Yarviar, Germeo, Dirme, Bor, Besla, Ordin, Villive, Ward, Sorten, Mongarn, Dergemir, Rostri, Vestri, Nudi, Sudri, Midgos, Lepnir, Sapnir, Slipnir, Morphin, Norfin, Necrory, Old Nord, the Old, Ringo, Sir, Dayskin, Faxi, Faxi, Windy, Ferry, Lunasolar, Vocals, Wind, Peel, Hierarchy, Berger, Series, Yamio, Beer Friends, Your Hot, Hello, Things, Yarny, Vietira, Dargor, Shim, Vernon, Goldmore, Social, 3 9 near the Lutri, 3 Ghost, 3 Vestry, at the Road, Lead, Northern Naping, Dane, Bay for Beaufort, Bombard, Nori, or Oriel Norroin Morbid near Vigondo Vind of Thorin Fili Kili Fordin Pali Troin Tek Lead Vitorna Radvid Drogna Dogs Voy Horsoy High Life Groin Dori Odi of Don Body Eti Fili or Seri Verlier Low for Skier Vir Pier Skart Fina or Finkley Arkin Skarti Full Frosty Finki Noria Gazurier Verdandi Scorpi the big lead near him Björg Skierov Björg Skierskov Jemli orfe marling verblen hartstigs farses farsigs berlon evens borbasaras nirlor dilfriklor ki Avinaria parne javis noda Maria marlam samaria visariama gars naran borta darian vista tararia dararia samasar sagarra taradivia urmekarande pari mala pari gosgarde suri pari parar verde baba bari yarcherde varde sariapi bera pargamen natatavaham nan marmar kenas vam samudro hitaranga gvakarna samudro nataranga udar narkar sarka vernu nadujatano darkula mitra sortorste bavarti nambavarti Kirim Bavartaras Karamat Sartvarti Bir Ravatara Varta Sarta Varsortam Paramesvara Palipalio Bavarta Bava Papito Ham Damudara Guna Mandera Sundara Varndar Vinda Govinda Baba Jaladi Matar Mandara Paramamdara Mana Parna Yatvam Menara Varna Karuna Maria Sararnam Varvani Tabako Coronoliti Sarpari Marie Varana Saroja Saravazatu Iti Srimat Paramahasa Pari Brajakara Siar Sri Govindar Barjar Purjar Parasis Yarsya Sri Machakara Barga Varta Kotor Sarpari Sutram Sampurnam Kuberto Nananda Srida Raja Rodana Swara Dana Shame Prarondana Tayo Danika Bria Daxernio Dame Vrata Dayar Vorto Dara Vrata Devya Laksana Sampono Dina Rajana Raksarka Daya Lakshmi Samarajo Daya Lakshmi Verajita Daya Rupo Dharma Buridharma Samarsano Sarka Neri Swaro Ner Lombo Neri Nampari Palaka Niyanta Ner Kunagara Niskarmo Nedu Barava Navadaga Samarayo Navasanka Pravartaga Manske Trasti Sar Mahargola Karam Peta Yarshriko Yashar Sarka Yashara Burjarikar Sarkar Raja Kandro Ramartiso Ranjarko Raja Purjija Vishras Vestras Vestiar Diarka Marda Marnasa Vijayo Vimalo Varnyo Vandulu Janavasalo Verupa Sapriya Termo Veragi Visvatur Muka Sarvi Vialto Sarananda Sarvi Sarti Saman Virta Samalarta Sarvmia Sarva Paranharni Vrarka Subrita Sulaba Solmo Sorve Karya Nahara Sanaguna Priya Salve Varva Sri Verajita Svaharna Samprito Akilada Pravartaka Yorkana Sampritam Tasvardana Priya Alaka Paramavasi Arhaki Oravi Varjitu Darbia Tur Dharma Virabavo Navara Harnaki Noraso Visravana Kalaka Pravartaka Asalashma Samriyuta Aveyato Mila Virgraha Loka Radio Loka Palu Loka Vandu Sulasana Sulaba Suramaka Surdu Sankaradana Priya Sarta Sutan Kunupeta Sasvarta Surana Virgarha Sarvaka Marshno Surmati Sarvede Varganar Gorga Sankarha Rasta Darra Srimam Param Jorti Parpara Samadikura Sampara Soranyo Denava Sala Paroparkake Parna Torundi Asana Nebha Kanta Sarva Gono Perra Sorendra Samve Varva Visvalakio Vita Bargia Aratharata Giorda Prata Kale Pate Sutram Suserbur Vietene Prenantri Perusa Sriyam Deventra Sanni Pamniti Sri Kubera Sutram Om Yacharya Kubera Vishrapanaya Danadanya Dipadaya Danadanya Samani Dermed That Hitapadi Svaha Om Shrim Hrim Kling Shrim Kling Vishvaraya Tam Om Shrim Hrim Kling Shrim Kuberaya Shalakshmi Mamankri Hedanam Paraya Paraya Tamahom Hrim Shrim Kling Lakshmi Hrim Saha Om Hrim Acharya Kuberaya Vishrapanaya Danara Dika Karsharaya Sarvaluka Vasikaraya Danadanya Dipadaya Danadanya Samri Dermed Hitapadi Svaha Om Hrim Shrim Kling Kuberaya Tam Om Acharya Rajaya Vermahe Alikeresarya Dermai Tarakubera Prachodayat Sikia Kampasi Arakapazi Din Kia Kampasi Dingarana Kampa Zigigi Makampa, Ziki Compasiana Campa, Ziki Compasiana Compasiting at Ki Compasiting and Campa, Kumash Persana, Ziki Compasiana Campa, Ziki Compasiana Compasiting at Ki Compasiting at Anakabalu, after war, I can bow, Ziki Compasiana Campa, Om Namo Hum Trafara, News, Madamuka, Gatmet, Troya Mat, Surmani, or Kosani, Sameta Prama, Saraswati Shara, Ropa, Pishon, Bearaba, Dugata, Somebani, Sumba, Hum Fashra, Humpa. Shrim Him Kim Kum Kana Bataya Barabara Sarvajar May Vashamana Yeswa Tapo Shorye Vermaheva Radi Mahri Tano Dadi Prachadayaram Shati Shati Shanti Om Karara Yaksayatama Kam Karapataya Namam Bruda Yatama Ring 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 Gadadi Yada Vetar Maheva Dadi Mahitano Dadi Prachadayat Om Shrim Hring Krim Du Jwala Jwala Shulili Yashaya Jamani Yasya Sarvashatrum Smara Smara Shemalabam Kurukuru Dushtugraham Humpatva Arunam Kuruna Terangiri Shapshin Dutra Pasha Kusha Pushpa Para Chapamari Biara Bruta Mekara Hamet Yerba Vipapari Paparting Sri Maharajni Sri Marsenesh Neshwari Chitagni Kuna Sambuti Devakori Samariatu Warrior Bahu Sabasraha Chatur Banu Saman Vita Raga Svarupa Pasharia Kuru Rekonukshu Vala Runa Pekshu Godana Pachatan Matra Sayaka Nisharuna Prapapura Maja Pramahanda Mandala Champaka Shuka Pragos or Candela Sketcha Kurupinda Manishaning and Ekonugutera Mandita Shamisana Vibrash Rakistala Shobita Mukots and Rukalan Kabram Lukan Api Vishishakavaranas Maramangalaya Kuratur Shalika Pakalakshmi Parivaha Chalaminabha Lochana Nava Champaka Pushpa Nasatanda Vera Jita Terekati Tereskarina Saparanaba Surakanaba Manjali Kluta Kanapuram Mana Horada Kanka Yugali Buta Tapano Dupa Mandala Padma Laga Shila Dasha Pari Pavi Kapalubo Nava Roma Pamashina Korea Sharha Vinil Goma Sri Pedrokamash Skisha Papananda Sibrati Chana Sri Dipatrika Vata Umpsham Swaha Sakti Parkila Kam Sri Dipatrika Prito Tamba Chapeveri Ugaria Sari Nasum Kisiapa Rama Rasartama Sarasi Prati Chana Sanama Muki Sri Dipatrika Pati Namariti Umbishari Yatama Kuri Swaha Saktari Yanama Pori Opaka Kariyanama Navopani Ugayatama Sovangeti Sarines Komusipiam Namari Titarshani Piam Namari Amaripiam Nama Amara Miki Piam Namahara Miki Yanapsapiam Namahan Kol Korekaras Platsam Nama Itikarini Asakromare Yanama Him Species Rasis Farm Sikaya Pasram Kapakayum 3 Pasar Chromas Raipati Tisaning Spoke Sroniati David Mokaram Dipatrima David Skadish for the Pini Dipat Dividea Varas from Juming Mampirmingi Yaram Smokamiki Smiki Pujami from Ramiki Jupamakrapi Ramiam Amnamiki after Nisha of Namantamika Yam Raman and Veriam Nevramism Swamiki Subakapajupam Samapami Chopamara Mantro Mama Maria Savramachus for the Pinnacle for the Strangers many city Baba Guru Mantrom Hinsi their gold pro Prasidum Rimas Sri Trigamatrom Crom Himam Torge Rime he of a say of a seri him Drogereum Hincromum Pasva Saranganis Promaraye Yartama Rims Pasrasvam Sekai Pasram Kavaka Humanim 3 years for Chromas Raipati Ranginis books reality Tigim Korelam Dipatrimat every Scottish Filipini Dipati Varas from Swimming Pankapuja Pikamaki Garrison Amakasa up a push up his voice on number with make it to Bonkrapia Ramen Yag Mika Param Diswapram Miki Abdomen and Bear Yam Never Yamism Sumaki for Kaprapjum Sumopomi Sumapam Kuyat Giltri from Ramak Karamas and Bavatu Medevi Press Ramay Rajapamantala Malamatrom Pomale Musavada Voma Predate Subabu Forms Bom Kurusime Badrias of Viram Kate Biom Rims Dia Nama Ringen is Southern Hoster of Nasikores or the Overmarazio or the Dosati of the Tleska Nuzumeo Manteski Bobbing Ages Big All or get the enemy old Mekini Morkheim Dalaverio with the virtual checkpoints via Zofia Force of Monk Egmont Jonor Borns of Ford on Make Vola of Plumneo Make Harima Neor VB Mekver Mayor Rain Fio Morning Ban now Bors or the Borsio Mary Big B of Ossos and their Nesrian Volo Neon checkpoints Neva Neopeman Campus Kongenka en Grasherbergi Barbors near the room of the reviews bear set me called Magorans Corpus or Skern Surnana Salos Rainas Corbos Bors Corum Loki or Vopsunen Senimana Handy or Griom Mem Churbos or VC of Bors of the Arti Manini VC about Megins at least to Snon Visu have our Sabi Gajin Quinjin Quill of Vixel Gillen Copa Park at his corner of Merchant Port of Morgan had 2 of Nijan Dunkar, Tone of Tan, Chroma, Terjoa, Terza, Berti, Bergmarkor, Manjambur, Aflalong Bolong Pam Smell Blue of the Apple Matangias, Corpo, Torco, Brew, Tafui Tornate, Tervo Crew, or Brains, Veteran Grains, Phantom Curly, Uns Bravo, Como, Borsa, more. Morscom, Johnson, Hyman, Gunjin, Ranging Grill, Rexolenko, Bolkabat, Ketchuk, Severus, Gary, for Gold, Tortos, Kitchen, Brems, Bolbay, Obrams, Salichin, Papos, Moster, or Frame of a Goa, Ruin, and Dorino, Nora, Penelamentin, Morcom, Boom, Go, and Dorpru, Semdorin, Hung, Paul, Bell, Corey, Boviking, and Neuros, Pasardias, Mers, Feru, or Horgi, Bosmok, no Polongo, Heaven, Origi, no look, loom. Bernardem, your press friend, Luang, your press friend, press, then when rent from press, Mara, Erco, Terra, Pertol, Mongo, Chella, Terra, Big Omnis, Torun, Tena, Terton, Precatera, Negan, and Terton, and twin ones, and then doors, serving war for week, war, so servers, separate two for the national monoculum, balloon, comfort, Alpha 20%, and war for week, so servers, separate two for the national. Monacolom, Luna, Rose, Boy, Rose, Boy, Race, or Week, Wide, Twiddle, Player, or Road, or Rosy, Rose, Consentive, Difficile, Trollis, Stroke, Rose, Grenius, Nessit, Penetus, Core, Est, VR, DVR, and Dissolent, Soulless, Ipse, Korean, Dominus of Serpents, Arbises, there, Narvis, Corisnon, the Basilia, said possibly Stigari, Dominato, Somnipotent, Exertion, and Dominatium, and Quest, Madon Omnis, Victoria, Constituted, Domne, Bellum, Contritor, Copers, Bepesio, Rum, Femins, Tamaco, Poserul del Lord, Petrus, Magnificentes, Averin, Macum Hel, Averin, Macum, Sexum, and Prosomantum, and Boparum, Diana, Tabalom, Conister, Demon, Tur, Near, Water, Demon, Cashertana, Shelter, Mogoshamok, Samazomozor, Sharmozor, Nelno, Talk with Vospatur, to Spelten, Ossicunisha, Lanimushiti, Kunui, Ossimushito, Macalatum, Kutum, Mosi, Baritum, Kalitum, Nambritum, Mashashu, Kashapu, Kashapini, Elini, Tumi, Brarni, Ali, Yayu, Ishtari, Yayu, Sisu, Eli, Yaeli, Ameri, Amru, Asana, Kuim, Dikula, Saldo, Mushalu, Rau, Kui, Martana, Lupi, Yau, Tipi, Yau, Prosumi, Amarstiti, Yau, Martu, Eli, Nubu, Sigartuti, Sigartisi, Animal, Oregua, Buti, Shimarda, Barbini, Dinala, Tilimra, Pus, Alanka Sharpia, Ukasharpi, Sharipi, Shiaru, Meshri, Pishiais, Masarati, Shamushili, Shuru, Shishali, Mutipishil, Lurs, Arbuli, Shardushuru, Tatusha, Bu, Hamartali, Murti, Kima, Salbul, Zirtat, Shari, Pushu, Shishpi, Kima, Tartili, Sharmiki, Shrusha, Porturu, Shapi, Shrusha, Luku, Kalamatushes, Mala, Seri, Naki, Bidik, Bu, Yalani, Mushertum. Maniana, Pagul Takira to Piras Mani Yara, Patrick Texera to Piras Mani Yari, Patrick Ushni, allowed to Piras Mani, Nini, Steve, Patrick Ushni, allowed to Piras Mani, Yaki Max, Takira to Piras Mani Yara, Kukaradi, Takira to Piras Mani Yarna, Karadi, Taksadu Piras Mani Yarna, Kuskur, Patrick Nungini. Yeladu Piras Mani Ya and Ivy Shardori Taksadu Piras Mani Yarna, Nakish Bada Pira to Pira. Siningaringian and Kamaziringian and Kamaziringian, Lulen and Kamaziringian and Lulen, Kamaziringian in Korkorean, Kamaziringian in Korkorean, Kamaziringian at Ashorin, Kapasiringian in the Ashorin Kapa, Compasiringian in Dulasaka, Compasiringian in Dulasaka, Compasiringian in Ulda, Compasiringian in Ulda, Compasiringian in Meshara, Compasiringian in Meshara, Compasiringian in Mara, Dingara, Kalagir, Compasiringian in Mara, Dinkaran in the Lagi, Compasiringian Shigi, Shmar, Sakamari, Darden, Boler, Makarpa, Sininga part of Bolo Corte, Golden Carrier, and Compasiringian in India, regarding Tingaran, Dorari, and Sakun, the Katakarka, Nedkapa, Siringan and Compasiringan and Compasiringan, Compasiringan, Rupi, Compasiringan, and Bo Compasiringan, Stock Compasiringan, Shomashu, Compasiringan, and Korkaba, Siringan, Madu, Compasiringan, and Nibador, Compasiringan, and Nibi, Compasiringan, and Noki, Compasiringan, and Lola, Korkoraka, Compasiringan, in Lola, and Korkoraka, Compasiringan, in Bella, Shari, Compasiringan, in Korkoraka, she and Babaraki, Compasiringan, Nonanda, and Gerakala, and Compasica Karamul, Rugula, Surgidim, Surmula, Surinker, Surmaskin, Surisiana, Compasing, Kia, Compasiting, Gerilla, Kukorkaragi, Compasiting in Lilla, and Korkoraka, Compasiting in Bibilla, Sharaka, Compasiting in Korkoraka, siringira nura ringira kala lenen kumpa siringira na kumpa siringira kia kumpa baba barara hemarada baba barara terkeke asa garwa sang bimona tenan tara garwa si bimona ter dug sulgur bimona terala sur kar bimona ter gidi musu I bimorla terikala sur kar bimorla teringin per zur ker bimorla tering menar biar ner harus biar barba arder biar skashati arti barnu kashatu shatur yor nerbi hai gri variat nama homa has best nar ver namom kisfari yad namom harusudani yad namom kupinari yad namom pondara kasari yad namom visnar ver namom visumbarari yad namom harari yad namom mariga yad namom sarvagi sarari yad namom sarvadarari yad namom sarantarari yad namom nera darari yad namom nera karari yad namom nera sarari yad namom ner paravari yad namom nera janari yad namom niskalankari yad namom nitatarari yad namom nera barari yad namom seranara mari yad namah saksiar namom saranya yad namom sarvabadaya kariya namom sri marter namom lokatriti sariya namom sivariya namom service pradara yad namom veradara namah veradara yad namom paravedaya yad namom pradara yad namom service radara pradara yad namom veradara namom veradara yad namom veradara yad namom pradara yad namom panari yad namom pradara namom punya yad namom panekatari yad namom paraparari yad namom paramare namah parasmana namom parasari yad parasari yad namom parayari yad namah sarvadekar mata karari yad namom viruser namah sveravarikara prakari yad namah sakala paranis verika yad namah niskalari yad namom sarvaskararte namah niskala mara charmutra yuktar star yad namom paraparari yad namah parna paru pasari yad namom srasari yad namom saranari yad namom parasmavarari yad namom santari yad namom tantare yad namah jitu pradhari yad jita mitra yad namom jagamari yad namah jamamratharari yad namom jivari yad namom jayadari yad namom jaraya salari yad namom japapriya yad namom japasudya yad namom japakarte namom prikarte namom vibhav yad namom vimalari yad namom visvarapari yad namom visuguptra namah virustari yad namom virusvastudya yad namom santidadari yad namom santaikarari yad namah Sraya Pradari Yanam Sriti Marika Yanam Sraya Sampatari Yanam Isparari Yanam Masutari Yanam Vanataru Pari Yanam Pranadari Yanam Pritar Parari Yanama Bhaktari Yanam Bhaktaru Pari Yanam Service Saxen and Amum Tamaharari Yanam Acharana Sakari Yanama Jarani and Amum Parna Kantora Samprabari Yanamahom Janatari Yanam Bhataparari Yanam Yogin and Amum Yogisari Yanam Sarakamadari Yanam over Yorki and Amum Smahom and Nama Morne Sari Yanamum Sri Sam Namahom Hamsari Yanamum Prama Hamsari Yanamum Viscope Trenama Ferrari Yanamum Versuras Parika Sazi Yanamum Jara Maral Brishutari Yanamum Bari Madal Haritari Yanama Service Gats Varari Yanamum Prana Borgitaru Paria Namahom Veraharam Karamarte Nama Iti Sri Hayagri Vastutar Satmalavi Manatari Yanamo Marisari Yanamo Magarari Yanamo Gulubikarari Yanamo Mavikaramari Yanamo Remisatari Yanama Umare Patari Yanamo Virakurabari Yanamo Vishnu Priya Yanamo Virustia Yanamo Vitamarari Yanamo Homes Visatari Yanamo Sasari Yanamo Sasusitari Yanamo Mesaparamanti Tari Yanama Umakakarundari Yanamo Marvin Karari Yanamo Karapasapana Yanamo Mabra Sapatuti Yanama Umagaru Pari Yanama Home Valari Yanamo Pasukari Yanamo Paraparakari Yanamo Panakarari Yanamum Pasara Yarnama, Basuda Versana Yarnama, Parapasitari Yanamum Fishav Sedati, Namum Partikamani Yarnamum Tomorrow Party Yanama, Dapikarari Yanamum Dadi Darar Yanamum Kisaparamaja Yanamum Kaloro Party Yanamum, you got a party Yanamum, you got the Rari Yanamum, Rasum Pantari Yanamum, Ramagatra Yanama, Keswabri Yanamum, Visumbarari Yanamum, Sakaparana Yanamum, Sakapalari Yanamum, Samparia Yanama, Saranari Yanamum, Prekasara Satamum, Parasari Yanamum, Pramadari Yanamum, Barakandari Yanam, Prekandari Yanamum, Gavasia Yanamum, Paraviskari Yanamum, Parasara Sanama, Bhagavadana Yanamum, Bavi, Pazarari Yanamum, Sakari Yanama, Umlokardi Sari Yanamum, Sivari Yanamum, Paravaya Yanamum, Panari Yanam, Punya Yanamum, Priyankatari Yanam, Parasari Yanamum, Parakari Yanamum, Niskalari Yanamum, Parapadari Yanama, Karikotari Yanam, Sari Yanamum, Santari Yanamum, Tatari Yanamum, Maria Matari Yanama, Sava Puja Yanamum, Sava Karari Yanamum, Nersaya Yanamum, Neranjana Yanamum, Nevatari Yanamum, Saranga Yanamum, Savadeki Kari Yanamum, Jaya Yanama, Umabitaya Namo Vaitaru Pariyanam Tabahariya Namo Yogisvaraya Namo Kalariya Namo Valariya Namo Brahmakarina Namaha Samkarare Karariyanam Jikurahariyanam Jivariyanam Jadayanam Japapriyanam Visvarupariyanam Pirusarayanam Virendrastam Yayatnam Saraya Pradariyanam Pradariyanam Visnu Topariyanam Gutariyanam Gutarariyanam Rakavastrayanam Rapusayanam Vijangariyanam Bariyurupariyanam Sri Supayanam Sakalupariyanam Kadrupusitariyanam Mother of Vitikariyanam Susum Paramnikariyanam Parin Ravi Pusariyanam Nagandrayanam Irishri Nagadavatastutar Satamalapi Nesho Hostrer Sukulus Mihi Worship Nusgurum Bernarshan Celeb Durchart Garit Bolshul Lord Shen Shu Archishian Kreder Smircher Stern Den Terninka Labrasar Vesen Trod Gur Tier Desurus Star Neimanatal Merkans Bjord Endelmentir Formatir Tierne Formati Shul tu labrei per tu chomerciarte crete tu one triot carlo dorinante dirmon ad marxan spjornalum atlusan gum rup derntam running hongum dena cherkar der moshul serpene cherte moshul na cherpene cherte mese mona biores per cherte no mar biorde mer derns mersa Dortsajoa Siula Jordeler Normiari Haltjes Stader Lule Nearly Cordiers Nearly Cultures Norly Bens Heringes Eterier Sur Sierning Gillies Sierles Merna Massa Sil Virila Sarde Bir Massa Sur Manatari Pay Tearin Bula Cherpiala Capir Fura Kursfura Cherda Fur Erlarnias Fura Deorniara Crot Sierra Crolac Fenatrula Kroner Mergusan Mengir Mernsula Krutergusan Bula Trul Messer Dormorshon Ten Tartiran Macacosan Spjorner Merba Park Berek Nover Echer Belacher Nori Messer Gusel Gastjorne Peneslum Penengus Morpe Fuel Bruder Berti Helier Ger Fiolenal Krodergus Fernale Sanak Kernel Messer Gusel Gastjorne Pers Fer Cardici Carlindi Carvia Pianica Sarangita Caravo Mora Berry Naravarta Kamalas Vatar Mahu Parama Sarambu Bramara Picana Rascieta Paru Jaganas Swami Nayana Patarkami Bavartume Borge Sarpis Vernum Sarasi Sigi Perchan Caritate Tokolam Tronte Sahacha Tarka Sar Vidate Sarasri Marvarhana Napa Satelila Pravi Charia Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkami Vartumen Mama Pordes Sterre Kanaka Roche Les Char Deva Sanprasata Tata Sarja Palabad Renterina Subatra Maria Starakala Surda Sebava Saratro Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkami Vartume Korpa Prabhasra Jarala Jalata Srenercho Ramarvani Ramasfora Damala Pankora Homar Kasorendra Surtigana Serka Gita Jarito Jaganas Faminayana Patakami Bavatu Mevrat Rudol Gachan Bati Marlita Buri Papa Pala Tale Stuti Prada Bal Vamprati Parampa Karanya Sardaria Daya Sintor Bardaruskala Jagat Sindustaria Jaganas Faminayana Patakami Bavatu Me Paraparti Pakav Kubalar Yadalo Polar Niorni Vasirin Ladroni Hita Charanonanta Sarasi Rasarando Ratar Sarasar Papa Rolingarna Sako Jaganas Vaminayana Patakami Vatu Menar Vea Shera Jamna Chakara Karmarniki Vivar Nayache Ramla Han Niki la jara kamiam varavardum sarakale kale prasar partina kari charito Jagannath Swami Nair Patakami Bavartu Meharadam Samsaram Dutara Ralma Saram Soraparte Harat Vampaparanam Vitatam Param Yarava Parte Ahodina Nataram Nihirta Charano Nischirti Merdam Jagannath Swami Nayana Patarkami Bavartu Me Jagannath Stalakum Purnyam Yapartets Prayarta Surshir Sarva Papa Visu Dharma Visu Nolakam Sarga Charti Yarti Srimad Sankaracharya Virachitam Jagannath Stakam Sampurnam Bramorari sorarcita lingkum Nyamalabasita subita lingkum Janmaja luka vera saka vera sana lingkum tak pramami sarasiva lingkum deva muni parvarcita lingkum kamarana karuna karkeringkum Ravaradarpa Venasana Lingkum Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingkum Sarva Sukandar Surapita Lingkum Buri Vipardara Garana Lingkum Sira Sara Sara Vandita Lingkum Tapramamai Sarasiva Lingkum Karaka Mahamane Busita Lingkum Fani Pari Varita Sobita Lingkum Daksasyor Jarna Vinasara Lingkum Tapramami Sarasiva Lingkum Kungkuma Janana Lapita Lingkum Bangkaja Harasovita Lingkum Sanjita Papa Vanasana Lingkum Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingkum Devagano Jita Zavita Lingkum Bavai Varbata Perevaja Lingkum Dina Karara Koti Prabhakara Lingkum Prapamamami Sarasiva Lingkum Mastata Lupari Vestita Lingkum Sarva Sambhu Bhava Karana Lingkum Astatarita Venasana Lingkum Tapranamami Sarasiva Lingkum Sora Guru Sora Ravavara Purjita Lingkum Soravana Puspasara Cita Lingkum Para Param Para Param Para Mamaka Lingkum Papanam Mama Mami Sarasiva Lingkum Lingasaka Mirambunima Patasiva Sani Dosiva Lukama Nuti Savina Saha Murdate Nataraja Nataraja Natanda Sundara Nataraja Jai Shiva Shankara Nataraja Kandamba Kanana Priyam Sidambarya Vihari Nam Mara baru muka kumfitas varnim balalola surkam saram baka makandarnam sarambu viherni daram haram buje jagar korum siram baram vipavarye samasta bakta busanas vahas tarbada kanam prasasta keriti vivavam nerastara jajarna param karasta mukti sarharam Sira hastakandramantara maram buje jaga gorum siram baram vivavarye jarakarti tamarditam nitala nukaram vitam parikata satikum statan pare patyara pankala parnam nalurga porva barat vinam kutara pasadarinam Rambu jaga gorum siram baram vibave karanga sarva sorvitam saram karjana sarsitam baram gana vikaratam varangara citam karangka jartana saktam sarangan maktakamam Rambu jaga gorum siram baram viba paria manda paria parjaram sumanda hasasar murkam sumanda manda kami ninggarindarkan yakam tavam Samanda manda utamamanda yantamamano rambushe jaga gorum sirambaram vibavari karindra karam vasasaram karindra kapahyarinam surendra mukhya bojitum kagindra vahana priyam ahindra busan nurshavalam nakindra javilar sernam Rambusha jaga goram siram baram vibavari malavani tate sara vila sakarinam Balarisa praparjaram dalam masur palukanam lasavana dralharinam javala tersula darinam Rambuja jaga goram siram baram vivavarya sasan kabar nuvi tu travirjir tarilokaram Visala vaksasam suderga hahurdana manditam digam borula sarva bora daram dararatan viramaram buje jaga goram siram baram vivavarya Sarantarengka sajarongka papasan kana sane marana yukta dorjana lisiksane Vikarsarna serembara kyasa guru swaru rupa Merya buddha lesara sivo vera charte sara mardaram vitu ora senam berkyasa guru ridam sara vela sinam muda likardi eksorkot Sadu parmarna rasakam sara vasatara laya hari priya taranane vira priya kanikala jaga goro ranugrahari tisri sedambara kekamara sutram Om Sharavana Bhavyariya Namaha Om Taposhaya Vedmahe Mahasanarya Dirmai Tanu Skanda Prachudaya Om Skandarya Kartikeya Parvarti Priyat Nandanarya Chamahadeva Maria Subara Mamnayate Namaha. Agasio Vakanamostu Brandarak Barandaviandia Pararavindaria Sudharkaraya Saranana Yarmirta Vikura Maria Gori Hordarda Dasarbur Barbana Mostu Turbium Pranata 300 Kartre Samastarja Monora Tardam Datre Ratardam Paratarakia Karsia Hatre Prakarda Sora Tarakasya Amortaria Sava Saramortarie Gornaria Gatnaria para pararia Namostu tubiam siki vaharnaria namostu tebrami virtam varia Megambararyam bara samsisaria haranya haranya bavarena mohoranya haranata serapas Paryata Puranayata Papalanam Pratiparakaya Sarakumaraya Humarine Trinkartai Svararya Veragine Namus Turturbiam Sarajarna Vebo Praparta Sorya Runa Danta Par Katarie Valaria Kapala Para Kramaria San Muturaya Malala Toraya Merusaya Mutara Meruse Namo namo garam bataria ganaria namo stute janma jaratikaria namo visakaria susarti panaria sarvasya natasya kumarikaya kurunkalaria toraka makararia svaheria kekeria kakarikeya serveya turyam Satatarndanomostur ertis riskande mahaparane kasikande bangka vimasatar mornaria suri kerki astarkam skanu vaka yogis varu mahisernan karki yogen nandana skanda kumara sernais varmi singkara sembava kange astar mertaku daskar brahmakari siki devarta Tarakari Roma Putra Kronkari Sasarana Sabara Prama Samudras Serda Soras Barto Gurasana Kumoro Barga Van Buro Murka Sepala Brada Sara Jarma Ingana Desa Borvarjur Mukti Marga Kurzorba Gama Branerta Karvan Tata Pratar Sarna Stavim Samarni Mariarni ria pater pratuyus seprartaria yutomuku vakas patiarba vet mahamantra mayarnirti mama mamano kortarnam Mahapraja Mahamnoti Natra Karya Vikarana Iti Sri Rudrarya Male Prajna Vivardaram Kaya Sri Markarikeya Stutram Nararuvaka Pranamaria Sarasa Devam Gari Putram Vinyarkaram Bhaktavasyam Smarantiya Mariyok Smarstrarya Prathamam Vakaratur Dardam Charikarantarti Divyarkarkam Tritiryam Ksana Penkaksaram Garjavartram Katurakam Lambodadaram Bancharam Mamchastastaram Vikartar merva chapsaptar mam vikartrajar mam chadur moravaranam tatharstam narva mambala chandram charasar mam tuvinayar kamekara samgari virtam davarasam tugarshnana nam dvarasar tarni narmarni trisiriam yapatnara Nacha Vernabiam Tasya Sorvardia Karam Param Viriarti Labhete Viryam Darnarti Labharte Darnam Putratri Labhate Putran Mokstati Labharte Gatim Japet Gara Parti Stutram Sadbiras Mari Falam Labet Samvat Sarenes Yerhim Chalabharte Natrai samsariya rastarvio bramarberias shalikirva yasamor parietas yavidya bavet sarva ganesersya prasardarta iti srinara poradne sankastara narnamagarnesta stutram Advatvasta marte pranamarjarnam samparanaya tatmana marsimarupam pralada posanaratam pratikarkavasam devarmuta karmarpi namikorpasamudram natajana vakanavara prasakalasya dergaimersius nole virbulve terasiasias rambavarnolminor tolmaharvisnum Varksovidaratnam yaskakre Ramtar mohantum satlora pikarunar binarahari vapur samtanana mami tam visurnam ripuhar yarstartar rajar kornar me vasar me serna karaja rarte yarstam varde praladar por varbargi yarni karma yarmaharm pralardam pranamarjana pakirti Curvanti divisartor jarne prada pordardam sitram corrutena marmi yastarmaham serating kurndara balam malm karaja pravidor titi soradisam karanam bujara kalbalakiam tarasere varatam Pragorvarndar merte morkeno rudror varbuse kasormia San kankanar dalam prakartika rosi variasya korta variar varmer virkia prasidyor yar samneabur iti shringari jagat guru Sri Sankandaras pevaran si marbarati svarmi divyarasetam Sri Nersima Saptarkam. Jing Shin Shin Châu Tai Sheng Tai Shing Jing Ban Wu Deng Ge Shi Fu Mei Bo Ming He Shen Shi Hoi Ming Jing Shin Shen Nan Ning Shen Hun Yong Ju Bo Hu Wo Shou Sang Jing Ji Ji Ru Li Ling Jing Ko Shen Shou Dan Ko Shu Shen To Hoi Chu Shen She Shen Jing Lin Tong Ning Yang Shen Lo Ki Shi Shen Qiu Jie Wei Zhen Ho Shen Hu Bin Ke Shen Zhen 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 Shen Dan Yan Ling Wu Dong Shen Shi Shen Yan Ye Đô kê chong kun ku ji zero li ling jing shen shen zhou ling bo ten jun nan wei shen jing di ji hun hu wu zhong zhong min gong long bo hu do jing fen yun zhu bo zhong wei she wei wo zhen ji zero li ling an tu re shen zhou yon chi an zhen bo wo wan ling yor dor chen quan tu di ji ling zhou she yo ji bor de wang jing hui zheng zheng jiao nei Jiang King Gan Fang Wei Bei Short Tan Ting Te Shang Yo Ming Shou Jie Jing Guo Yi Dar Do Yor Tang Li Jian Jing Jian Di Xin Zhou Tian Di Jiren Ang Ki Fin Xin Dong Zhong 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 Hong Ling Te Yoren Ba Feng Wei Shen Shi Wo Jiren Ling Bo Fu Ming Por Gorja Tan Gan Lord Dar Na Loren Gan Tari Zhuan Zhan Yo Fu Jai Do Fren Xia Guo Wan 快进山珍珠，全是有问师兄，一般过病，yan nan nan yan yo will，把海是问莫忘修修学会我宣讲，会就全修，其中空自己和理论中先修，家人的心中，问题本干讲修问题，先无心中常学你为了读书富有成功。 Yo hu shen shi ji bu shan ting ji bu wen bao lo lian di yong yu quan jing yo shi ban xin yo jing ming shan jie xie wei wo di xi wing wan xin zhou li xi lei ting wei yo shang dan zheng wei wang jing nian wei yo pi li lei shen yan ming tong hoi yo xie wu ki jing ting jing yuan shen zhong fu hu shen zhen ji ji ru li ling shu shang xian zhou diu yo shen zhou 现家上传装入有路人工地干人零几盘家比为连人零千公高吉他jordan单直接入里零传永久永传太久或许是出家要学而后前后服务方破坏向西有时间黄人安排内修西安东上西有树林服用西上中 Diễn vận động phố sổ xíu, khi yêu mình cứ vô trình kế nên kế dụng kiến chân lor ni ke phu yo minh jang yo lai yo shi shing shang du nam mô he la ra na do la ye ya nam mô wa li ya po lo ya ren chu bo la ya por ti sao do por ya mo he sa do po ya mo he ja lor ni ja he hong sa po la pa ri hi sa sur da lo Daji na moji jilir bodol me ye mo meng aliye polo jardi shifola lengto por na molola genchi ji limo he polo shame sapo wada do shopenga shiyun shapo shado na mo po shado ma mo Pokemo pateto da jerta honga boloji lojadi Jarlo di jili mohe portisado sapo samo po mola mola moji moji lito yunjulu julu jermeng dulu dulu fashe yari mohe fashe yari tula yotoa dili nishi pola yejeli la jela momo pa mola modili yiji shina Shina la ha shen, pola sheli pa pa ha shen, pola sheye hulu hulu mola hulu hulu jili shola shola ji li jili shulu shulu puti ye puto ye pindi li ye pulo la jenji di li say ni namo po ye mona so Pohejito yeso pohemo hejito yeso pohejito yu yishipola yeso pohelo la jinchi shopohe mola lola sho poheji la senga muke she so pohe shomo popohe agito yes so poheji la agito so pohe poto mojaji to yeso po hello la genchi po ke la yeso po he mo po le shang je la yeso po he na mo he la da la do la ye yer na mo wali ye po lu la ji di so po la he so po he hong ji tian dun ma do la ba do yeso po he Bore bolo mi do jen jing jon ji jai pu sha jing shin bore bolo mi do shi jo jan wu yun ji kong du yi ku ko she li ji shi bo yi kong kong bo yi shi she ji shi kong kong shi shi she shou jing jing shi ji fu ru shi she li ji shi shu fu kong zhong Bo Sheng Bo Me Bo Go Bo Jing Bo Jing Bo Jan Shi Gu Kong Zhong Wu She Wu Shou Zhong Jing Shi Wu Yan Er Pi She Shin Yi Wu She Xing Zhong Wei Chu Fa Wu Yan Jie Nei Shi Wu Yi Shi Jie Wu Wu Ming Yi Wu Wu Ming Yin Nai Shi Wu Lo Shi Yi Wu Lo Shi Jian Wu Ku Jie Mei Dao Wu Ji Yi Wu De Yi Wu Shou Degu porti sadori bore bolo mi lu gushin wu qua hai wu yu kong bu yon li yon dior meng yon joreng ne pan kan shi ju wo fi bore bolo mi do go de ano dolor nekan mio san porti surji bore bolo mi do shi Da Shen Zhou Shi Da Ming Shi Shi Wu Shang Zhou Shi Wu Deng Deng Shou Ning Chu Yi Kiu Go Shen Shi Bu Zhu Gu Shou Bo Re Bo Lo Mi Do Zhou Ji Shou Zhou Yor Zher Di Zher Di Bo Lo Zher Di Bo Lo Seng Zher Di Porti Sa Po He Nan Mo Fo To Yer Nan Mo Da Mo Yer Nan Mo Seng Kia yan nan mo bunji jai pu sha mo he sa jorda bai jen je da ji do dan Georgia la foundation do mo ni mo he bordeng mi lu di she ja shu la ha she li sha ye hong ba sha he an ba to na mo jen do mo ni shu la hong an ba lo to boran mi hong na mo san man do mo to na na bo la di he do she so lang nan Daji to an ke keji hong ruwala bola de se cha de she cha de shi li sho Shanti Shashi Lishi Sho Wahe Namo Foto Yanamo Danamo Yanamo Sankya Yanji Di Hululuji Duhuluji Lipoji Da Libohuli Sho Wahe Anamo Bagya Wardi Hapala Nita Hayolia Nasu Birni Shishita Du Jola Jaya Data Gedaya Allaheri Li Sanyan San Boda Yadani Yatanan Sali Basang Sike Liba Li Shurda La Marige Gerna Sang Ma Werdi Shaba Wabi Shadu Li Ma Hena Bali Wali Sho Hena Moboke Bardi Pishashe Julu Berluli Bola Pohela Sheye Datu Yerdu Yehala Heri San Yan San Do To Yadaji To Hong Pishashi San Moja Di Sho Heong Mani Bai Me Hong Mageri Yana Jitu Der Bar Tajer De Jana Wera Lige Saur Wur Tabur Lishita Kerna Bulana Mabuluril Dur Te Barda No ma lo ja so ye so he li poli pori kyo he kyor her di lola ni di ni hela li pili ni di mo he kyer di shin ling kyan di na mo we mi tu po ye tu po kyer to ye to dor di ye tor mili tu po di ye mili doji dan po pe mili do po Jarlan Diami Lido Pijariando Gemini Kiano Girto Jar Li Sopo Hena Mo Fotuna Moda Monan Mo Senkena Mo Shirley Mohedi Biararinger Bro Boli Fulo No Jerli San Monto Dashenan Mohele Pi Hello Ker di San Manto Jo Boli di Fulino Walino Damodi Mohepi Kupiar di Moher Mileri Lo Besenker di Ji Senke di Shan Mantu Wadu Anu Polurni Choten Yan Racing Pukwa Chen Shun Leo Hu Yo Wo Tong Chong Chon Si Yo Hon Jun Myo Shi Min Yen Di Yo Wo Wei Tian Di Yo Wo Wei Bang Sheng Orwan Wu Yu Wo Wei Yi Fu Lu Shou Sha Shen Yo Om Ma Hong Qing Shi Shi Shen Yi Shi Vi Chen Chen Yen Nang Gang Fu Yi Shi Vi Shan Yan Yang Li Jing Jing Chu Yan Ming Wurnai Ate heye ya yogi chi mani toko go miki somo poko awa ate heye ya yogi chi ni marni to kogo miki somo poko awa oki wa ni sista mi starki heyo harana heyo harana heyo te ya to rabi aigina heyo te ya to rabi aigina heyo da ya to arbi Wongina hini yo te yator hartar di wongina hini yo yahi yu nibahu hi yu nibahu yahi hu niani na hernan nahi yahi nahi ni nahi yu nibahu yahi yu nibahi yahi Yani sini hawana hini swabira kini ni dui now hu ni dui now hu warasina no hu warasina no hu ni himasi asisi Om Narayana Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhirmahi Tano Vishnu Prachudaya Om Devakirada Narya Virmahe Vasudevaya Dhimahi Tana Krishna Prachudaya Om Tat Porshaya Virmahe Sasuraksharya Mahadevariya Dhirmahi Tano Rudra Prachudaya Om Megarantarya Virmahe Vagratundarya Dhirmahi Tano Tanti Prachudaya Om Karyanyaya Virmahe Kanyar hormor yai der mahitano durga prajurat Bagdev Yacha Vidmahe Kamarajari Yader Mahitano Devi Prajurat Om Mahadev Yacha Vidmahe Vishnu Partyacharya Mahitano Lakshmi Prajurat Or Mino Shershnayanen Gartardan Dugded Nanthi Marsnar Smir Tri Basorim Rukarter Trias Dam Dorater Serge Torlatar Siddam Doratar Nomor Chole Mese Form Chorinti Lorigas Rin Sen Lul Nai Nasgar Mortul orgel Theos neem Thebas Corbaser Orbionian Margentinia Nadbad Berbam Surdam Dorinar Starfin Runi Perbar Worter Morich Rosortor Morich Romorter Nurni Berbam Morlech name Thebas for Fersch Roth Vertor Morter Nemrag Banatrer Dorslin Nador Doorglas naar Doorslin Nimlunter, Trune Kore, Barnakurde, Bjordin, Torti, Orchur, Namasier, de Orui, Gernan, Jurli, Ordnius, en Sjarn, Serdag, Konalter, Mirna, Sieti, Voorbrunning, Breisner, Berter, Mosne, Starendel, Olm, Durn, der Torgel, Omeel, Anustus, Stel, Om, Lorgmor, Amsen, Sersberner, Gruportjartak, Sertlernak, Sersernerib, Oi, Kortal, Gor, Korkumori, Ruber, Treinspur, Tournoi, Formsa, Tournee, Saluster, Herue, Saluster, Damne, Saluster, Pane, Saluster, Damne, Saluster, Krishna, Saluster, Damne, Saluster, Tola, Saluster, Superpopolum, Tum, Domine, Benedicto, Tua. Arteheia, Yayo, Arteheia, Yayo, Arteheilo, Arteheilo, Nitun Shila, when you get a cake at Yayo, Nitin Shura, when you get a cake at Yayo, Arteheilo, Arteheilo, Nitakuya, when you get a cake at Yayo, Nitakuya, when you get a cake at Yayo, Arteheilo, Arteheilo. When you get a cake at yayo nita kuria, when you get a cake at yayo artehelo artehelo michi shi nanpe marios artehelo artehelo inichage kerta artehelo charlon pa one charti char Rupi charlon pa one chi charupi artehelo chayarin pita artehelo teu tu echa chani ho heo tuar cha heo chari ho hong ko kile cha ya heo hong ko kile cha ya heo ho arte heo wana yar marie te tanke wan marie arte heo chamio kan lo yo le chamio kan ke te lo yo taku maka I chari ga ya la merta war yo taku maka Ari chara gaya mitar war yellow yo arte halo yo arte halo yo meaning ching shi te wakila che ye meaning ching shi te wakila che ye o ya te in chaga piketa che ye o ya te in chaga piketa che ye arte ye lo arte ye lo Yayo Mila Kin Hiumi Chichiana Mila Hin Hiumi Chichiana Wawanka Blakarte Ye Wawaka Blakarte Ye Orange Yellow yo Onchi Halo yo Puya Chini was the walking ginkete Puya Chini was the walking ginkete Onchi halo yo le he ya he ye la he ya he ye kangi ye o ya te ye cha ya wa wello kangi ye o ya te ye cha ya wa wello ni ya te ye we ni ya te ye he we wan bal galeshka wan yani he Yowe wan bali galeshka wan yani yowe miyokan kin wan laki ye miyokan kin wan laki ye hina wan mun laki hi ye ya he ye ya Hey yeah 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 yeah. Mi jinxi mi tawaya mi jinxi mi tawaya arte ya ya uelo arte ya uelo yani pikita ya uelo yani pikita ya uelo luas na wakin kita ye wasa wakin kita ye lechi ya ipo ye chile po yellow arte yellow Elena Makue ye arte Elena Makue ye Perawan yan Makue ye Perawan yan Makue ye Arta Makue ye Arta Makue ye ina hekuo misunkala che ye yao marni ye misunkala che ye yao marni ye ina hekuo wana sapiketa unchi razir pamichuye unchi razi pamichuye arte yelo he kern yarn ka galie he kern yarn ka galie wan lechi ya wana sapiketa ke yapilu wan lechi ya wana sapiketa ke yapilu wan kiape kagar yo wan kerpe kagar yo arte yelo mi ye wan marianarko ni wan marianko yo yan kangi yo yarte wan chanku waka kelo kangi yo yarte wan chanku waka kelo yani pikiticha kula he yelo amakasir to mani yanu kiyo yarte o kiyo yarte o kiyo wan bali o yarte wan hoshihi lo arte he yelo arte heilo mako wanchaya ukiye perta kinu kiye pete kinu kiye kange o arte wan hoshi heilo arte heilo wina waka karche arte heilo kale kinahan wakan waka karche arte heilo shalompa kin waka karche arte heilo mior karn kinchi chuche arte helo gale kinin yar karta arte helo mi chinchi taena kupia makoche one washte aya gali pikata arte helo warna wicheshka yer warna wicheshka arte ye we hurto umani ukatano kuyan wahin kete koyan wahin kete arte michuya warni kepe michuya warni kepe michuya hiya wasna watinkete ahia wasna watinkete hanpa wachige Tewakila lahe wan bleni chala he karielo wan bleni chala he karie tokiche wan we gali kinkita tokiche wan mun gali kinkite nihun kon he yelo nihun kon kinkite hello changelishka wan lusan inyan kinkite wan warrior po arte heilo Enesreka sarne besutin tu asharnuja zikaprushara lemer prusha sakubukinjar or katem sakem nebenomate kinjapem mirunep skomari pasharab nekoresh ramine pshwara zapotem sutenemikinu not capresete verabam community of nemruneps combatem darishul navin to wembur tepesuot suruntem potnaptu surun penotrumanan hedge mahacha tarina safna camera muter nuta pepetas never toramisha hetaboru Rotamina Mishar Lord Mahita Moto and Namai Pertap Neptota Kenta Data Maya Derek and then Water Lushapas Tinkatimi Abanoi of Shapas Canoa Stinkatimi Aban Juti Juta Bev Koruta Mekero Menada Papashara Pasrapini Yamasa Sapi Sorpuape Namori Timani Capticot of Benor Mori Corsicator Curturti Heruta Merune Shrate Peperua Heromen Heruta Nemenapu Heru Benu Herusa sort of Yoga Calaptis Montevero Kinkin Rubinus Mamoron Kinti Packets Pestet Seven Walls or Arin Serapin Kerevs Karukin Sepkerum Crues Garis Nakaruin Matuin Sneketu Matuis Kunishes and SOS Araparet Padamkinis and Kinduis Suratum Shutik Super Snabem Canui Ari Tinuminas and Sedano Rap Penu Defnu Taushan Marak Bopos Basu and I can do me get he said never damning men Heather Pets a pet tortan and Shishara Katuishir Marsakan and Pendant Jota Puapa Second Petsicum Toy or an Ambu Amukin head the view of Web Segme Sekim Rasusekim Toy have an empty mute Second Basper Capasta Parabas was and it was Exim had bar ice in a bush or Tini heading the Acusator or by her secretary sedimented sweet the Musicus of a Sanudi Misketi sedimented some Arabs that are Pepsadam and Snake and a bishop at the Amcapetu the horror test Marababa make a case was Cartia Shambo Summons Ambasacuna Martinimi or to Vermenti Mara with the Kimi Shakeru Nekin Soru Kesti Para Para Terrabicaramenti on the Vepna Rasadaki number Bui never tempted Saparima Babu to gain him never or to Nekin him never have cautious of Hapana never had it happening with that Sminiment Nuts of a Kabushi Sarascato Port Barotomoy Jobu got him I Peshes claiming Shapator Sanakin and tapping it can and network to market them to them runs kilometer never to Masushi I got in just Aratu at a tenderity nepseti set an incident and the shock and then next thing the girl is always Sharakas and academic Karapoi I mean Sharaki when I make corpu short nation in me at human divided you are go about to a new question of Sigmaku and Agni for a petty winner sorry capitum signal security agnability or Nakamusu to Nakamush to next to Darman Nick Pabon and few so caricatum technique who pomemi or sexuality or the timing you Pumantakas Sani Pu you Wapu the Incated Martin Japan and Harry Shajara paint a mayo cooker and Mamadou I can get into accident to mediation you can add the Baraki Wami to one Nubed Mahatrami and Napata to one head totis of Radia Madam Canoe has you no cake no method at Paddy inches Mariu can come hold them never little options of Mom Samek Momek and any new sauce or Aparakaparamut deck is messing to never kept the Manu Resek never and Tetran do I eat operum Shishani never jock I command took Sejek Toyim so to a command never do I also for them all that you support them all that them potty must you potty to you and my reception remove take the throne nukin and permanent but Shishani operum Kunetri nemes of Rami boy manani 10 Capernamanton Mortotri out of Subscaparama up and Miss Shadet Urami Akamusiko Shamora take a pick in particular or super cam never to cut them back so exactly take no take when I'm permanent to go up to rank or cake when up down to Kobisno Fuashik Toy or Colomo Chotu Termini Abson and Roy and Pet Moy through Nemanamasic Markham soon Petrosek and 3 subtecum sec per Kumtakapara or Trapsanaki Kuamaka when Ekpara Numesutin do I permit Mutapne Abu Nurture 30 Kesudik and all Benets and Nectam Hoy Netari teams Ekimi Penetrum and Hennes or the Nutrisic usually needs Nemeskiere or Kama and Jeru and 3 1 Herukas messages up to what the picture I had at Nunek Vision Ejek Nukap Capron to war, run up to Mammy Masaru was sent to Medigo Nefer and National Crash or Cookie Arines Kamamun and Kinsai Capital, Tefim Tefumu to Mudro, Solna drawing American Corona, Pesarek, Anemi, Shake Capna through the Bruce or Lake Tarabam, Shepakabam, Kinikadek, American Tapius, Kirk the Gold Tapping out, Tapper and Nepno, and danger of the Waja, West of the Never Washington's Waja, Messengers or Mandor and Pedronas and Avenis, Raconi, Sercudini, or Sedis, or Repeta by US and Apajarani, Sarunamsu, Nubuka Capri, Caperna, Capru, Lemon, Capershak, Mummy, Urna. On Canada Martin about it, the one other man can be at one is the daughters of Sosabek, Karamica, Meme to Ari to the Risati, Narnen Kabaek Sabaprasiana Corona Pamaflaps that have been Suramasuya Pasikamitsuji Sabakanan Pamamkius Karikatikariju Amupetem Toiter Matakarana Kamaru Amos Maker and Bros Roy Rusham Suamo Amenem Skidaparanda Kanamaru Amonas Trunam Sanasikanakaruabeku Quabeka Sikabeka Karane Wabeka Nantaru Samara Sikanakara Karakash Barik Sheribai Gorsati Kabiati and Karaberekona de Market Karberek Matikarekin no Mushongi Shatmi to make a use at his Kabi element or Lusalem Kaisan and any Supreme Katina Kuai technology or no recover American and the Supreme people making monk as of the potential to the team, but he neri over in a true Messrasic fabricated net to new depths seemingly per man on the Gavas Matem Salentra Drama Scarabus Duffers of Sada Sarina Caros and Sunkebagi Pamonta Rapurunchun tuning to Piati Manafro Emes. Poised at the threshold of shadows and substance, we peer into the ancient presence of a map forgotten and hidden in our flesh, hidden in a thorn-covered well. A golden lock and a silver key in exchange for the cup of eternity is all that I may offer, though they are the most sacred tools on the hidden road. The five-fold rose blossoms of red and white, of tears and blood, prick the heads that pry. May I drink the shadows from this holy well whose waters rise from deep within me and who reveals a hidden light encased in stone. Dare I peer into the ancient depths, into the eyes of a dreamer as old as time? I can only offer a heart of innocence and the seeker's feet to tread this ancient stone stairway that leads downward, inward into the soul of the world. I pray for the redemption and wisdom from the sacred well of enchantment, that I may remember and tread once again upon the sacred land, spun by threads of fate and a golden cord of vision. This first step, most profound, is my first step from the sleep of 1,000 lives. Zekia Kampa, Ziana Kampa, Newt, Geb, Newt, Kepra, Ra, Tuma, Tum, Kazu, or Semitur Shabu Balanisham Truina, or Semitur Shabu Balanisham Truina, or Semitur Shabu Balanisham Truina, Abra, Dabra.
Good morning, good morning. Coffee this morning for me. Hopefully like most mornings. I do enjoy my coffee. It's amazing the layers of fabricated reality that we have imposed. It's not difficult to see when a comment is used as an attack. It's easy to see when someone's taken the spirit and molded it to use hurt to be hurtful, when they've taken a divine writing and they've used it to condemn people for it. We've seen this happen in the past. One person gets into power, other people give them more power, and then they go on a slaughter to kill everybody they don't like. No. Comments used to hurt other people show me an individual that hasn't learned whatever lesson they think they're teaching me about. That's not easy to do in this world, to be able to keep moving forward and seeing the truth that exists for so many people. What is the flavor of people's comments? What is the flavor that they're bringing to me? What do I get from them? Is there a reward for hanging out with them? Or is there just a shit on me, I feel like crap feeling after hanging out with them? Do I have to fight with myself every day and be like, nah, I hung around with them for a good reason, there was a good reason behind it, I did something positive? No. I shouldn't have to convince myself of a reality. Not in that context. That's for sure. I'll tell you what I do need though, I need a new coffee pot, that's for sure. Oh, I'll talk about it. I'll talk about it for the next hour if I have to. Shit. I need a new coffee pot. That much is a fact. It's kind of funny how I'll go on reading lessons for a couple hours, just doing good stuff, and I know that's going to be misinterpreted, but I don't care about that stuff. I don't put my thoughts into the few that actually get it, the few that are actually connected, the few that actually I've done some research in their life. I've had a heart that's opened up. That's who I've been looking to connect with. Yeah, this whole blinking crap, and fuck blinking. I don't blink for shit. What the fuck is everybody's problem? Blink for this, blink for that. Why's everybody got this fucking fanatic with you gotta do this, you gotta do that, with the do this, do that. There's a fucking secret meaning to all this shit. You know all these secret meanings, how to talk with each other, but you don't know how to distinguish who pisses you off every day, and then you treat nice people like garbage and you treat shitty people great. What the. That's why I reeled back from society. Because I don't even care to know why. They rather know things of that of such a degrading nature. There's been expressions and stuff, and there was one time and I was like, yeah, I do that or whatever, and then I found out what it meant, and I was like, oh shit, no. Like the words in my context sounded proper, but in whatever fucking secret code that everybody wants to fucking talk, fucking no. I learned how to open my fucking eyes and stare, because if a picture is worth 1,000 words, I want to see as many frames as I fucking can, and the only way to capture every single frame is to keep my eyes wide the fuck open. Is it bad for my health? Is it bad for my... I don't give a shit. I'm gonna view my goddamn surroundings, and if I go blind like one of the old people in the Bible getting close to God, then so be it. I'm... Let's go. I'm already partially blind in my left eye. Sheesh. I think I already souls. I already like gave the blood. I saw a lady with a bracelet on yesterday, and she had this bracelet. It was long as mine, and I was like, wow, that looks pretty cool. And then I paid attention to her arm when she moved it, and it was all one fucking bracelet. A bunch of It was one bracelet made to look like a bunch of bracelets. It's a fucking fake bracelet. I don't care what you call it. That's a fake fucking bracelet. You might as well make a oh, god damn one so that it looks like a bunch of them. Get a gauntlet. Fuck, what's it called? God damn, I'm into armor and all that. So gauntlets for your hands. Greaves are for the shins. What's that piece of armor called? I like it when I can't remember stuff. It makes me laugh a lot. No, a gauntlet. A gauntlet is for your hands. It's this piece of armor right here. The gauntlet will like flare, like badass gauntlets. It'll flare over, so you'll have a double layer of protection right over here. Hmm. You go ahead and keep believing there's nothing in my cup. Hmm. When did it become popular to be baited into proving people wrong? I don't know. I think it's stupid. Just stupid. I know what I got. I know what I'm doing. I know my history. I can't say anything about you or your cup or your drink or your choice of life. I don't know you. I never met you. I never sat in the same room with you. I never got to give you a hug. I never got to reach out for a hug. Maybe you said, no, no, I ain't into hugs. I didn't get to experience none of that. I don't know you. So how could I propose to even think I know or
don't know what is or isn't in your cup. Reality tells me a big fat I don't fucking know anything about this person. Be on observation mode, pay attention, take some shit in. Because if I learn, if I pay attention, I'll get some information and then I'll be like, oh, now I see, I see, I see, said the wise man. I see. I got this rock from a river. It was at this place called White Rock, and it's a place in Michigan. And there's this rock, and it's not this one, but there's this rock, and it was once before a large mound. And back in the day when America was being settled and all that, it was an agreement that the settlers couldn't go past it. That rock was like a boundary mark. That's their territory. It's our territory. It's limit of where we can go and what we can do. So these settlers here in America decided, they got this big idea. We're gonna go out to that rock in the middle of the water, and we're gonna throw ourselves a 4-square dance. And they were warned, don't do this. This land is sacred. Don't go out there. They went out there. One person decided to stay on the boat. Every other person that got on that rock to dance was struck by lightning and killed that night. Yeah. The one on the boat was alive to tell the story. It used to be large. It's now boulder looking size out of the water. Because the United States Air Force used it for fucking target practice. You had people fucking die from a lightning strike when they stepped on it. And these motherfuckers flew planes in the air and shot missiles and bullets at it for target practice. I stayed out there on them shores for 7 days, day and night. I made offerings. I connected. There's some fucked up shit there. People run around like, hey, look at the rock. History's a powerful thing. When you learn about your oppressors that have been doing what they've been doing for hundreds, if not thousands of years to your family, past generations, of which your skin color doesn't even fucking match anymore because they tried to outbreed my family and they changed the color of my skin from what it naturally natively was. And so this life, I was born in a native family that was not native to me. It was a foreign family to me. It was fucking, I don't know, it's not the way I work with shit. What the fuck is this? I don't get this kind of lifestyle. That's why I don't fit in with this shit, because I was born with another goddamn culture, bruh. I know where my blood goes. You could draw it and look at it under the microscope all you want. Shit. And then they say, I'm the wrong one for not fitting in. I didn't dress right. I didn't say what you think. Oops, hey, this shaman was smoking a vape. Ooh, I didn't fit in your box. Fuck that shit, bro. You know what? My prescription for you is to go on a journey. That's the first thing. And the journey, the purpose of this journey is to find a life worth living. Something that has benefit and love to yourself first and then to others. That's what I would recommend. That'd be my medication to take for that person. Shit. Let the dragons out. Oh, yeah. Oh, I was. Who let the dragons out? What? What? Who let the dragons out? There you go. Weird Al. Weird Al Yankovic. Make a song with that one. Who let the dogs out, but put dragons in there. Fill in whatever else you want. I love that dude. If you can't have fun with life, what's the use of living, man? Look, this is like I thought of this for a joke in like a magazine or some shit. I can't figure out how to place it, but after being in this world and living here for 30 plus years, I said, okay, I said, it could be anywhere. You could do this in a store, you could do it at a theme park, you could do it anywhere. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna get this long area to where you can't see the end of it, and it's gonna be set up with to stand in line, an obvious entrance and a song, everything. And at the end, when you walk out through the entire end of it, when you walk out, they say, "Thank you for waiting in line. Have a wonderful day." Yeah, that was the ride. You waited in line. Thank you. Have a good day. That's all life is. You just waited in line. Professional shopper. Oh, I got my item. Here's my money. Thank you. Wait for this line. Wait for that line. Wait for this line. What? What happened? When I was a kid, I never waited in line for shit. Unless I was with my mom or what other people were doing. But if I was with my own free time doing what I wanted to do, I didn't wait in no motherfucking line. Nah, 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 nah. That's what everybody else is waiting for. The Bible said, be no part of the world. Don't follow the fucking crowd. Don't join the goddamn bandwagon that everybody else is buying. Get off that shit. It's heading towards the cliff. So if everybody's waiting in line for it, I need to go where there's no fucking line. Because that is the direction to go, where there ain't nobody else fucking around. Now I can work freely. I don't know if you ever played dodgeball back in the day. And if you did, it might depend the year that you played of the experience you got. For me, this is what I did, all right? Early 90s kid, dodgeball, full gym, everybody, right? Two teams. I sit in the back and I would just chill. Boom, I let everybody pop, 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 pop. Now, once about like 75% of my team got knocked out, I got some moving room. I can dodge, I can duck, I can jump, I can roll, I can do all sorts of shit, and I ain't gonna run into a single motherfucker. And I will say, I don't know how many times it happened, but I know there was one time for a motherfucking fact. I had a lot of close calls, but there was one time I pulled that shit back. It was odds were 10 to 1. Easy. easy, if not more. But I had the whole floor to myself. I had complete room to move, and they could not fucking tag me with a goddamn ball. Shit, shit. Give me. I get fucked up when I'm fucking bumping into somebody next to me. Shit, that's why I got. That's why I lost my groove, cause somebody else didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They weren't looking. They were moving. It's nice to work in a coordinated teamwork effort. But if there's been no communication, no setup, there's going to be miscommunication right off the bat. That miscommunication is going to lead to errors. Those errors are going to lead to frustrations. That frustration is going to learn into you. That kind of moment. And that, for me, it's about avoiding those moments in life. That's the biggest thing, avoiding those things in life. If it drives me into that direction, you know, if I could turn the car, I will. If the car is stuck on the tracks in the road, then you know what, I'll just leave the car and walk off. It ain't worth it. It's not worth it. Not for me. Sausage. Sausage. I like sausage. I made some sausage yesterday. I do. But then there's people and they're like, don't eat pork. And I'm like, yeah, I know. I got the Jewish thing. I got a Jewish flag. I got this stuff. Like, I'm into a bunch of different stuff, man. You could hate me for whatever. You know, I'm into this and I'm into that. I'm into this. I'm into that. And they're like, oh, I don't like you because you're into that. Well, I got about 1,000 things you could choose not to like me on. I don't care. Go ahead. Helps me find the real friends. Anyways, but man, like, look, I can't get rid. I just on my own account. I like Hindu and Indian and all that. But bro, like, I like my burgers and you know, like I like bacon. I haven't had bacon in fucking ages, bro. Like, it's been a while. Last time, I don't know if it's the last time, but I remember one time I bought a pack of bacon, fucking cooked that whole dang pack, put that bacon in between two pieces of bread. We're gonna call that a day. We're gonna do a BLT without the L and T. Just give me all that bacon. That's how my mom used to make her sandwiches. 2 pieces of toast, buttered, with a bunch of bacon in the middle. I didn't try BLTs till I was probably 12 plus years old. Shit, I was just used to bacon. Oh, y'all put lettuce into me. Y'all put extra stuff on there? Oh, interesting. That's me though. I, I like, I don't want to say I remember being a dinosaur, but like, rawr. The tiger, man, the tigers are, I want to eat. And everybody's on a different journey, man. Those who don't choose meat or don't choose a particular meat or this or that, you know, that's for them. There's a lot of specifics on the dietary route of life. And I knew this one dude, and he was well older than me, and I was literally getting ready to stop eating pork. I was thinking about going like complete vegetarian, like complete, like no meat at all. And then like, this dude, he was like, don't do it. At least consume the meat at least like, you know, once a year or something. He said because he did that. He did that when he was younger, and he did not have pork, specifically pork, for so long that regardless if it's regardless if it's bacon or anything else, or even if it has a little bit of pork in it, it fucks his whole body up. His body, his physical body, stopped. It didn't. It no longer has the ability to process it properly. So I was like, hold on. So if the end of the world kind of happens, and all there happens to be is a fucking hog that I see running around, and I went with this veggie diet for a long while, and that's all I got to fucking eat, because that's all that I can find right now, then I'm fucked. And in my own head, I'm like, yup, well, now. So I'm gonna keep it. If I felt wrong about it, then I wouldn't do it. But, anyways, life's a personal choice. It's what you want to do. You can evaluate what other people did, but to judge what they did, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Last time I checked, a proper judge, a proper judge, they won the goddamn competition before, right? They were in it. They did it. That was their profession. They were the number one at their star at their time. And now you got a board of judges because each one of them was the prime of their time. And they could properly evaluate that which the person was going through because each of those qualified judges had been in that person's very position before. That's why they could make a correct judgment on their course of actions. Other than that, judging is very erroneous. Screw for a moment people's feelings for a moment, but for the self to judge another without being a fucking master. Fucking master. Master, seal that bitch solid, okay? Masters don't walk around just fucking naturally. To be a master of what you're at, alright, go ahead and judge it. You can. You walk that. Go ahead. You ain't walk that through and through and through from the beginning to the end. You're gonna judge it, and you're gonna come to the wrong conclusion. The wrong conclusion over somebody's life painted a false reality. A false reality has you walking in a circle with no way out because you're stuck in a false reality. There's no rhyme or reason to make that existence actually happen. So now you're actually stuck in La La Land and you don't even realize it. See, I visit La La Land. I go there regularly. I enjoy it. It's a great place. But I know when I'm there and I know when I leave. Other people that fucking go with these lies, with the true delusion of perceiving that their thoughts are absolute 100% truth across the spectrum of every single fucking thing they see and do. Whoa! Whoa! Nikola Tesla was like at the top of his game, and the dude died broke without a fucking penny, without a business or any awesome shit like that. So, and you're walking around telling me I should do things the way you think because you judged. The other person's opinion doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. The other person's judgment is unqualified, unjust. It's not validated. It's not rooted in fact. There's no science to it except emotional clusterfuck. So then why would I care about a stranger's comments that obviously proved that they were of a very much lower vibration with their head somewhere else? There's no reason to do that. If there's no reason to do something, I'm not into doing it. As spontaneous or whatever you want to think of me, I like to learn a thing or two before I move forward. I like to know what I'm getting into. In case one got lost in the topic, just don't judge. Hell, if you want to judge me, you go ahead and judge me all you want. You want to sling negative comments at me? Go ahead. I even told the moderators, let them sling the comments. I even removed moderators. There's a person, they were here all the time. I saw them chat with them, they chatted with other people, and they kept fucking removing people's comments. So I fucking removed them as a moderator. They still had access and everything, but they just couldn't remove anybody's comments. Fuck it. Go ahead. They throw your shit at me out. It's fine. I ain't trying to block it, fight with it. But for people individually out in the world, understand that people's comments, again, they ultimately come from a state of judgment. When I hear somebody give me a calculated dialogue, expression of something of my life, of my behaviors, and they're like, you know what, I noticed this and I noticed that, and maybe if you try this, that would work for you. You know, they put some thought into that. They didn't jump to that conclusion. That took time to think and calculate and put this together and put that together, and then from their own life and what they've experienced. And that might be wiser to go, if you'd like to. Oh, you know what, actually, I will go that way. That is a smarter choice. I'm going to pay attention to that. But somebody who just jumps up and they just sling those comments and they're straight up negative, you never talked to them before, they don't go home with you, they ain't read your notes, they don't know what's in your journal, they don't know your heart, you've seen them work, you've seen them interact with others, you know how you are, and then they make comments as if they've been watching you your whole life, as if they're your mom or dad, as if they're your guardian, as if they're some god over you. Nah, not for me. Not for you. Help people find the love in their own heart by helping them realize their equality to you. Their equality to you. See, they're in a position to where they think they have power, right? They can lord it and use it negatively on people. Why do they do that? Because somebody above them is treating them like shit. So then they get treated like shit. They get to treat other people like shit. And then when they treat the people under them like shit, they get to feel superior like their boss, looks when they're dealing with their boss. So just help them feel equal. Oh, but they're going to take my job from me. I'm going to lose everything. Do you really believe in your faith? Do you really believe in a God or some goodness or some spirit in this world that's going to help somebody with a heart of love? Do you believe that that's out there? Yeah? Well, then spend 3 days and you let them know. You tell them your plan. You tell them you're going to go and look. You're gonna change your character. You're gonna be much more divine in your character. You're not gonna be ugly or mean, but you're gonna fucking stand your ground, and you're not gonna feel like a little piece of shit, even if they try to. Fuck that. No, you don't want me here to go. I'm gone. Because you know what? Maybe I'm in the wrong place, universe. Maybe I'm around the wrong people. Maybe I need to be somewhere else. So perhaps, perhaps by me standing up for my own heart, for my own self-conscious thoughts of myself, for my own self-esteem, for me standing up kindly and respectfully, not ugly, if I lose that job and they get rid of me, well, then send me somewhere I need to go. Or protect me and make sure I stay there. But that's my plans. And then you watch the divine supports you. There was one particular juncture in my life, and it was when I was working at the metaphysical shop. And there was no less than at least three particular individuals at a within the same beginning month when they each came up to me, and each one of them had the exact same issue. The cards showed the same thing, the conversations came out, the information they shared was all spot on, and essentially they were working at a job in which the people's energy was causing a detriment to their spirituality. So they were literally keeping them hostage from their journey of life. And I told each one of them, leave your job, you'll get another one, it'll show up, you'll be around better, it's going to work out better for you. 2 out of 3, 2 out of 3 took the advice. Those 2 wound up at a better job around nicer, kinder, happier people. The third one kept coming back to me month after month after month. Oh, my job this. Oh, my job that. Fuck your job. After the second, third time, fuck it, I don't care. Let's talk about something else. You want to talk about something? We can hang out and talk about anything you want to talk about. But if it comes to shamanistic shit or your fucking job, I ain't going there with you. Because you already rejected it. You're fighting for your position. And all they got was literally put into the basement. They got put into the smelliest, nastiest room in the whole facility down in the basement by themselves. That was their job. And they finally fucking quit by the end of the year. So I think they did. I think so. Maybe. I think so. You went through so much heartache and you didn't have to. It was a bad environment. Get away from the bad environment. We've been driving our boat where we want to go in life. But we've been doing that without seeing the divine plan. So when we start getting a hold of the golden thread in life, I've spoken about this golden thread that exists in life, and essentially that golden thread is a tune. It is a tune that you can tap into that exists all the time, and you can grab a hold of it wherever you are. Your soul, your energy can grab a hold to it. And it only is accessible through inner peace, through absolute inner peace. That's where you connect with it. And that's how you're drawn to it. Look, you're going to call, you say whatever, I don't care what your comments are, I'm going to share it plain out. When I saw the scene in Harry Potter where he took the luck potion and he like just fucking walks over, he's like, oh, I just feel like doing this. And they're like, no, this would make much more sense. And he's like, nah, I feel this, over here feels really good. And then he winds up at Hagrid's and Dumbledore, and all that stuff goes on, and he's able to find out, or not Dumbledore, he's the other professor is there, and he's able to get the information he needs from the professor because they're all like drunk and toasted and shit, and Harry's like, yeah, you know, he's drunk on that love potion stuff, and boom, you know, the dude talks to him, he shares that information. They've been trying to get the whole movie. When I saw that whole portion play out, I'd already been doing that in my life. I did it here, and I did it there, and I did it there, and I did it here, all sorts. I, I fucking put it together. I was like, yeah, oh, oh, wait. So that's all I have to do. I don't have to do what sounds smart. I don't have to make some crazy ass fucking plan. I just need to follow my intuition in a total peaceful, blissful, happy state of being. And that's what I did to get where I am now. Luck. Luck is luck when your good things happen out of nowhere. Normally, those things don't work out for you. But when it works out, and then it works out, and then it works out, and you're like, this shouldn't be working out. The first time should not have worked out. The second time should not have worked out. Okay, the third time could have been a fluke working, but it worked. And it's happening again. Okay, well, then that's skill. When I see repeated success, then that's a formula, that's skill, formula, repetition of a formula is producing solid, good results. That's luck just kind of comes in here, comes in here. Shit. There's some skill in that. And that is truly a state of being. And if you think back to that scene, dude, Harry looks drunk. He looks fucking toasted out of his shit. It's just like, woo. I feel good. It's not hard to get there. You have a memory where you were really happy. Live in that memory. Live in happy memories. Remind yourself of the happy times in your life. You could spend all day talking about the bad shit, the stuff that didn't work, the stuff that failed, the stuff that blah, 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 blah. You've done that. You tried that for the last 5 years solid. And what you got? More problems to worry about. It ain't working. It didn't work. It didn't work. You went somewhere, they gave you a little piece of paper, you give it to another person, they give you a bottle, and you drink this, and drink it up with some, and then, and then you feel better. Shit, man, fucking for real. Yeah. Sanely savage. I didn't see that put nowhere else. I made a video and I put it sanely savage. Keep it going, keep it fly, man. Life is so freaking boring. People, you gotta pay to get entertained. You can entertain yourself all day long with your happy memories. Because if you're living in a world of happy memories and that's in your mind every day, that's going to transfer to your heart and how you feel. And then you're going to walk around that person who complains all the time, and they're going to be feeling bad because their heart has been trained in the state of thoughts that they keep feeding to their heart. So then you get around that person and it's like, well, I don't match with that. I sorry not sorry that your life sucks, but start thinking about happy memories and maybe your life will get better. Start thinking positive things and maybe life will get better. Yeah, it's your brain. You can think about whatever you want. If that's what you like to think about, then you could think about the rotting, nasty stuff. That's your choice. It's your body. It's your temple. You could let your body or temple rot. You can beautify it. You can make it look scary. You can dress up for Halloween or Christmas, out of season. Yeah, out of season, you know. Halloween's like freaking awesome. And I look at my place and I'm like, Halloween inspired me, man. The way Halloween fucking sets everything up. Sheesh. I mean, we wind up having the Day of the Dead. We have the Day of like the Saints. Scare away the demons. Feast with our family. Obviously, not in order as I'm mentioning them. The spirit realm is very real. It's so real that they made it into a celebration so that people around the world honor it in one form or another, whether they're aware of it or not. You go to church and say, stay away from demons, don't play with spiritual witchcraft shit. And then at the same place, they say, Happy Halloween, dress up like a ghost. Huh. Huh. It's quite interesting how much people do not think things through. When I was a kid, I'd tell my mom I'd be in the middle of saying like, oh, I wasn't thinking about that or something like that. You know, like I messed up something she told me to do, and oh, I wasn't thinking, or whatever the case, or I made a mistake, and I'm making an explanation. But she would stop me when I said I wasn't thinking, and she would interrupt me right there, and she said, "That's a problem. You weren't thinking." I wasn't thinking. That's what my problem was. That's why I made the mistake. That's why I missed that piece of detail. That's why I didn't see that there. I wasn't thinking. All I did was have my fucking mind on the end product. That's it. I'm an arrow flying through the end product. I ain't looking at anything else. So, part of my own mistake, my own nature, well, she helped me improve my nature. She helped encourage me to say, think about that stuff first. Think. Don't just run up to it and do it. Think about it. So now I think about it. And if I say yes, then I'm in it, man. And if I say no, well, then I made a smarter choice to stay away from that. But I also hold in my own reserve. If I say yes to something, well, I might get right up to the finish line and be like, you know what? I see what's on the other side, and I actually don't want part of that life. And I'll turn around and walk the fuck away. Screw it. You could be first. That wasn't for me. Go ahead. You could have that crown. Go ahead. Knowing what is for you and what is not for you is very difficult to be able to really see consistently. And that's why I personally enjoy being able to do something to the superlative degree. I'm just going to give a small example though. You know, there are times when I can buy a thing of ice cream and that gallon of ice cream can last me, shoot, 2, 3 months. But then there's other times, hey man, I bought that gallon of ice cream and I'm gonna have myself a big ass bowl. every single fucking day till it's gone. Like, I ain't saving it. I did not buy this to last a long time. I bought it because I want to fill my desire for it, whatever the case. Buy the third gallon of ice cream. Oh boy. You know what? No, I'm good. I don't want no more ice cream. The last bowl, oh, like I got it down. I don't get me wrong, I enjoyed it, but I had to say I got it down. So I think you know what, and then I'll go 6 to 8 months. I don't even care for ice cream. Don't want it. Not looking at it. Not thinking about it. Not nothing. I got enough of my fill. Some things in life we think we want them, but when we get enough of our fill, we're like, nah, I'm good for the rest of my life. That was nice. I enjoyed it, but not my direction in life. Not exactly what I want to sign up and say, yes, I do to the end of my life. And it does seem in this world like darn near everybody or group or whatever wants you to fucking sign something to the rest of your life. Shit, you buy a phone and they're like, you got a 4-year contract with us. I didn't realize we're getting married. That means we get 50% of each other's shit, right? So I could go to your place of business and, like, get some stuff for the house. I'm being foolish, don't do that. I gotta be careful with what I say. Maybe I do. I try to. Not really. But there are some people out there, they'll go do exactly what I say. And I'm like, wait a second. I just, like, I would never do that in a million years. I wouldn't do it. Look, like one example. It's a small example, but there was this lady. I was working at a fast food restaurant. McDonald's. I was working at McDonald's, and I worked there for a lot of years. And there's this young lady. She started working there, doing the front window, handing out the drinks and stuff like that. The food. And she's doing the fries, and I'm flipping the burgers, so those are next to each other. So I told her, hey, you know how you get that person and they're just total freaking a-hole? She's like, yeah. I was like, all right, here's what you do to get back at them, okay? She goes, okay, what? I said, all right, you fill up their drink, all right, get that thing filled up and everything, and then you put the lid on, but you leave just a little bit, like little up. You know how it's on it, but it kind of goes up a little? She's like, yeah, so we'll put it on just like that. And when you hand it to them, be sure and have it at the top, and then pinch it and drop it towards them as they grab a hold of it. And as soon as that happens, reach for napkins. Oh, I'm so sorry. Be apologetic right away. Try to help out as best you can. Me, it doesn't matter how mean somebody was to me. I'd never do it. It happened on accident. Like karma served that motherfucker. Yeah, that happened. And so I was kind of sharing it from that thing happening, but I wouldn't do it on purpose, consciously. Not me. I'm not like that. I'm not. I'll go home and kill some dragons or something. But this lady, she goes back to me one day, many days later. I forget how long later or whatever. She comes. It was definitely another day. She comes. Hey! What's going on? I did it. You did what? I spilled the drink on the. It was flawless. Yo, people out there are willing to stand up and fight and do whatever they got to. Me, I recognize that kind of game. Usually I'm outnumbered. So I gotta be much smarter than direct happenings. Well, it goes back to like, I'm gonna do it. He said, when you know, you won't have to dodge the bullet. Now, this is not the way they show the movie, but when you really know, you don't have to dodge the bullet. The bullet won't even be there. The gun won't be there. The person won't be there. You won't be there. You would have avoided the fucking situation altogether because your spirit would not have led you up to that situation. Thus, you are a motherfucking master. A goddamn master. Holy snakers. Able to conquer your obstacles, yet to have zero direct interference with the actual situation. Oh, oh, that's what my mama could do. There ain't no strings on me. I got my ceremonial dagger, and I went cut, cut, cut. Don't forget about that one too. But just because I freed myself, other people, they still got strings stuck up on them. See, I gotta put things where shit was holding me back before. There's other people's strings were in these spots, moving my shit where where they wanted it to go. But now those strings cut. I got some different energy in them spots. And that's why I cried. I'm not exaggerating. I cried for no less than 10 hours that day. I ain't shitting. And the reason why I cried that day for that much consistently, there was a solid 45 minutes where tears kept just fucking falling, didn't fucking stop, like uninterrupted, and that shit just kept going, and it would stop, and then it would kick right back up, all day long, the whole day I was awake, because I knew everybody else was still stuck, all my friends, all my family, everybody's stuck, mentally, physically, every other which way. So I can't have my friends and my family of who they are as long as they're still somebody else's motherfucking puppet. And I can't cut their strings. That's an inside, you gotta cut your own strings. That has to be your choice. Nobody gets to cut your strings for you. Because if somebody else cut your strings and you fell and got freedom and did what you did and hurt yourself or someone else, then that's on them. You got to cut your own strings. You got to say, no, I don't want to be connected to that crap no more. I want to be who I am. And I'm not saying that life or that road is easy. It's not. It's not easy. It's difficult. It's exciting. It's tough. Shit. Comes in. But hey, are you not worried about paying rent every fucking month of your life? Are you not worried about being tossed out on the street every fucking month of your life? I just fucking accepted it. I can't fucking afford that shit. Thankfully to people watching and out there, there's been donations so that I do have a roof over my head. And even this morning, I'm like, shit, it's just be easier out in the woods. I can connect with my past lives, and I can be aware how our community is designed for segregation, division, and disunity. That's how our environment is designed. Homes, rooms, separation the way it is. Look, if we looked more into the past, we would see a different way of living is not only possible, but people did this every day so that they were always around family, they were always around their community. If they wanted to self isolate, if they wanted to do the hermit thing or whatever they doing, or maybe they got a little honeymoon, or enjoying their lovey dovey, whatever with what they with their special someone, But on the norm, like, society was a bit more connected. We may be virtually connected, but to bring back the earth connection, I'll explain how people screw this connection up too, very directly. I was in a organization. It was the religion I was in, and there was this dude, and he was a friend of mine. He was a cool dude, and there is something true to a hug that lasts at least 30 to 45 seconds, man. There's an energy transfer there. That heart to heart, that's powerful. That's magical. I ain't talking about nothing foolish or hanky panky, nothing. A sincere heart to heart hug. Not no quick 2-second one. Let the energy resonate a moment. Come on, hold on. Hold on, where are you going? Let's take a couple of those together. It changes the whole dynamic. Boy, you feel better. God, I feel better too. Oh, okay, that's real. You could go try that with anybody. Go on. No hanky panky stuff. Go try a real genuine hug. Changes things. Take a couple deep breaths during the hug. You're not just in and out. We ain't just you're dropping off a flyer. Hold on. And there's an individual that did that. That's what they did. They engaged in those hugs. And a group of men at the top of that organization came up to him, and I could hear within earshot, and they said that he was causing problems, or he was hugging for too long, that he should stop doing such things. I don't care what the reason is, unless the dude was, like being inappropriate or something, which I didn't hear or see. I mean, that's where I live. I want the fucking second home. It's not what I saw. It's not what I sensed. It's not what I heard. And they stopped him from having those, from bringing kindness to others, to bringing peace to others. They stopped that. That tells me about the environment I'm in. That explains to me why people are upset, why couples have problems, why this is going on, why that's going on, why that little complaint's over there, why they don't know about that complaint, why they don't do anything about that complaint, why that keeps going on, while that's fucked up. Oh, but on the front and on the surface, everything's doing great. Yep, where everything's going swell, and this and that, blah 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 blah, just like right as rain. Nothing ever happened. Oh, these motherfuckers are delusional. Either they think they fucking sly and can lie to me that easier, you tell me something different than what I'm watching every day, because they're not around. They're on that other side talking to that group of people. So how the fuck do they know what the fuck's happening over here? They ain't over here. That means somebody with some mouth went over and blah 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 because of some other stupid reason, and they knew that person, and that person knew that person, and then they blackballed that motherfucker. Screw this environment. I don't care what they have to offer me. I'm out. That's a in bed sleeping with everybody, fucking sleeping with their aunts and cousins, man. Fuck that shit. Not for me. I want to give a huge thank you. I sent an email as a thank you, but I'm just gonna say this. So there's this video game. It's called Summoner. It's an old PlayStation 2 game. Doesn't matter. I'm not going into detail or explaining it. I just been wanting to play it for a while. I saw it was available to download, $10. And yeah, I've had money, but I haven't spent that money like on games. Okay, the money that's donated, I've spent it on rent. Yeah, I bought a couple babes and food. And that's it. That's it. And dude sent me somebody sent me a PlayStation gift card for $25 through email, and I plugged it in, and I was able to get that game. I was like, oh my gosh, woohoo! So I just want to say thank you. And small things can be pretty massive when they come in out of nowhere. Um, that's a little surprise in life. When I was younger, we didn't celebrate it. I was not in the community group or whatever to where we celebrated holidays, national or fucking religious. We didn't do any of it. And no birthdays, no nothing. 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 No present swapping. No nothing. No nothing like that. No dressing up. Nothing. And I mean, like, suit and stuff, but not like, anyways. And wherever I was going with all of that, maybe I'll find it again. But where my mind and heart went was, that's why I dress up nowadays, man. So many rules they fucking set on my life. For what? For me to be who I am today. It's the only sense I could make out of it. It's the only. Now I'm not agreeing with this lesson. I'm not. I'm not saying I would consciously do it. I observed it. I observed the reality, and it's a reality. So thus I share. If you want somebody to do something for the rest of their life, then don't let them do it a day while they're within your grasp. It's like telling a kid not to eat candy his whole life. Guess what? Like, that kid's gonna grow up, and one day mom and dad aren't gonna be around. Nobody's gonna be around. He's gonna have a lot of money, and he's gonna go exchange that for a bunch of candy. And that's just gonna be the first of every day to be like that. Like, it's gonna happen. So me growing up within the religious community that I did suppressed what I am. And so as soon as I was away from all of that, I could excel. I could put it all together. I could fly like a bat out of hell with acceleration that just doesn't fucking quit. It just has no quit in it. I don't know, I guess quit might be a word in my words to use, but I don't really have a definition in my life. I walk away from shit, most definitely. But I don't see it as quitting. I kind of just choose another objective. Yeah, that one didn't work out. I'll just move on to another objective. It could have success in the future. I contradict myself quite often. And it reminds me how many different situations this world can put a person into. That's why things can seem quite contradictory. Certain situations allow this thought, this mentality, this sequence of events, and this other one, and didn't let those options be possible. I had to use other options over here. This was a different situation. I mean, pretty damn similar, but I couldn't do the same thing. I had to do different. You look fucking opposite. But they were both solutions to a very similar problem. Other people's observations do not make them scientifically valid. Let's get into the world of a scientific mind for a moment and let's consider the construct of peer review. A scientist creates an experiment, it produces something that's like revolutionary, sight changing. Oh my God, we never knew that could happen. And so he says, here's how I did it to the world. And every scientist in the world can go, okay, and they can do the experiment themselves in their own lab. And if they get the same results that he got, then you know what? That's a motherfucking law of reality. That's real. That's fucking real. Versus somebody saying, hey, I created something. And they say, here's how I did it. And then you go home and try to do it. And you did exactly what they said. But nothing came of it. Then you knew for a fact what they're saying was crap. No, that doesn't work. I tried it. It doesn't work. Did you leave something out of your instructions? Did you fail at that? Because I did exactly what you did. I didn't get that result. So I never trust what you have to say again after that. You're a fucking fraud in my book after that. Done. Did you tell me something? Oh yeah, good, okay, bye. I don't fucking remember shit they said. I don't know. You remember what I told you last week? I don't remember what you're telling me right now. What? Gossiping, spreading false information has become an art. There was a time when somebody could walk around this world within my lifetime. I'm talking about my own life. I ain't talking about before my life. In my own lifetime, there was a time in our world where a person could walk around and they could say anything and people would believe them. There's no way to know if what they were saying was true or not. So, being able to discover who was lying and making up something that they didn't know sometimes took years. Nowadays, we have the power of our phones to be able to use something, and AI can be very quick, even on a search engine, to pop up the response, and we'll look at the AI response before anything else. For one, I was, past tense, I was Jehovah's Witness, born and raised for 27 years of my life. This person came back and they told me some shit about Jehovah's Witnesses and the way they do things from an AI fucking thing they read. And I said, that shit's fucking wrong. I'll tell you the brass tacks truth right here, right now. And then dude afterwards was like, well shit, I guess I can't believe what AI says. No, you fucking can't. You have to fact check this shit. You watching some video and they showing you a picture of a dude and a background with the grass and some little kid running out there and they giving you a fucking AI droned out dialogue? I swear to everything true in the world of existence, they have code inside that audio sending mind controlling shit to your brain. And the story is 9 times out of 10 bullshit. Investigate it. Go on. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I know what I see when I hear shit. I want to hear a human talking to me. I want to connect with a part. I want to talk with fucking intelligent life that has flesh and meat and bone and structure, was grown from nature's in a room, an egg, dude. Fucking something of the sort. I don't want to be the Borg. You want to be the fucking Borg? Is that's what you want? You want Mr. EM, Mr. M, right? We'll call it M, Mr. M, and Mr. M. They want to put neuro shit in your brain and they want to turn humans into cyber electronic fucking shit, right? I don't, no, not for me. That's the complete opposite. That's the opposite. You live in the heart. You just lost everything from the start. You had to destroy the world to put a chip in your brain when the best experience in your life would be hugging another motherfucker. Going home knowing that someone's not home, going home and knowing that that person is no longer homeless, knowing that they have a home and a roof over their head for the rest of their life and no one could take it away from them, knowing that they could eat every single day and no longer be starving, no longer be begging, no longer having just to fucking scratch through life, but to have some satisfaction that my fellow human's doing better. They lost heart. They lost the golden start, that golden thread in life. It was in their grasp, but they decided for something else. There's a prophecy, it's an old prophecy, and it talks about how our world would split. There's going to be people that take a high road. There's going to be people that take a low road with the earth. And if that high road is chosen, if humanity chooses that high road, the future becomes fractured. The earth goes through all of the chaos that we've read about of what could happen in an end world situation. But the path going down with the earth, if that one was chosen, that one would continue on indefinitely. Let's see what our future becomes. but I'm pretty confident in the side of good. I'm pretty confident in the youth we have these days. They got a pretty darn good psychological third eye, full application, integration from the fucking start. Mom and dad can't even understand how advanced they are. The youth has grown up at a younger age mentally, year after year. If we look back at history for the past, umpteenth hundred years, youth winds up growing up at a younger age. They wind up experiencing things sooner. Our world advances, so it has more information to squeeze in shorter amount of time. Though I believe that the youth can always learn faster. They have a quicker ability to adapt, and they have more information in the world than we did when we started. So, they truly do have the advantage, and the future belongs to them. And this is why I encourage you to seek your heart, follow your heart, seek your dreams, live your dreams, become your dreams. You can be anything you want to be. Because who you are ain't comparable to nobody else. You're your own individual. And in being that, you just changed this world for the better. You just brought a whole nother key ingredient of love and goodness into this existence. I'm not the only one. There's a lot of good people, good-hearted individuals in this world doing a good thing, helping people out. There's a lot of people I've seen help others out, and they never even told them. They had never even said anything. It was just complete in the dark kind of a thing. Things like this happen in life, and they can happen for you if your heart vibrates strong enough. If you meditate, if you join in on the jam early in the mornings, if you do your own thing and you resonate your energy often and regularly enough, other people's vibrations will begin to change naturally just by being in association with you, because you're not stuck in somebody else's emotions or energy. These are all different people. You're not stuck in all those. You are living one vibrational energy. So in that, when you do that, you're taking this gift of energy to each person, and that's why we don't get sucked into where they are emotionally. We stay where we are. We stay positive, solid, optimistic. Is that your plight in life? Then may I assist that it may not be so rough? No? Okay? Yes? Okay? Whichever way. And then I'll move on to the next place, next person. However that works in my life at that time. By doing that, the energy is noticed, that there's an effect, there's a change, and there are those out there beyond our immediate reach physically, but definitely we can communicate telepathically with them, and they can see us. They can see these kind of signature marks. They can become aware. Once they see that we've woken up, that we have chosen, not just woken up, but that we are choosing to make a difference, a positive difference in this world, they start blessing our life in ways. It just takes out all the problems.
You know, that is a true concern and a thing going on in our world is how water is being interesting. You know, some places it's disappearing from. I heard there was like one lake somewhere that was like completely down towards the bottom, and then out of seemingly nowhere it filled up. I heard the Dead Sea, where there's, you know, it's primarily salt in the water, you know. I heard there was some puddles or something of fresh water happening there coming into it or something or another with fresh water. Somehow there's some freshwater pockets over there or something of the I didn't look in the article or whatever, but there's something different going on with the water over there. So water on our planet is certainly shifting and changing, and that means our atmosphere is shifting and changing. The poles are shifting and changing on our planet at this time. Last time I checked, they're still in the process. It happens a little bit, until it sets where it sets or whatnot. So that's going to change things everywhere. And along with what we as a species do and contribute, that adds to all of that as well. Water is an important resource, and being able to filter that water is even more important. I want to show you something. I want to show you on the importance of filtering water. Let's go there. Let's go there right now. Now, this is just the top portion of the filter. You can see there's a larger portion down here. It has a 5-stage filtration system. Gets a lot of the fluoride out of it and gets a lot of and it also alkalines the water and has some other things. Gets a lot of other contaminants out of the system. It's called Santevia, Santevia. I'll tell you, I'll type it in there, but it's called Santevia Water Gravity Filtration. And essentially, like, that's the top portion. You can see that color. That's in the water coming from the faucet. That's what's there. So that gets caught on top, and then through there, and yeah. So water filtration is very important because the contaminants coming into it, if I didn't have the system that I have, my insides would be coated that color. And I've been other places where that color is darker faster, and I've been other places where it actually stays pretty light. It's not so thick. So depending where I've been in the world, like in the U.S., depending how their water systems are, is depending how good their water is, and that matters to my body ultimately. And so these come in these days and everything. Being able to filter your water is pretty dang important in my book of things. Go right. But that is an important thing. That is a real reality. I know there's some parts in the U.S. right now where one of the major dams is the water levels is so low that it's affecting the energy output. They can't get the energy that they normally are able to get out of it, and so the immediate cities and states nearby, things are starting to go into effect right now in those areas, and because of the water supply. And every single time I hear about a civilization and we don't know what happened, they just up and disappeared seemingly, with things still left and whatnot, or the way things have been left. I really see I'm not saying every situation, but many of them I see like the water, whatever water source they had in the region they were at, it dried up, it changed, the world changed, it shifted. If there's no water, we can't do shit. We can't do nothing. If we have water, shoot. There's dirt under us. We can grow crops. We can do this. We could do that. We can build. We can do all sorts. But without water, we're dead. We ain't moving. We ain't going far. So, climate shifting is happening. However that wants to be labeled or categorized by somebody, that's going to be up to each person to decide. But our climate is shifting. We got weather in parts of the world right now like, what? No, that's not normal activity for that weather. Here and there and there and here, and that's going on over there, and makes me feel like something in our world is waking up. Like something that's been asleep and slumbering is starting to wake up, and every time it moves or nudges or roars and breathes, the whole world gets a freaking storm or an earthquake or a volcano goes off or something's happening, man. But one thing I know is a fact, and you should as well. If you follow your heart from the start, every day, and you follow your heart all the way through the day to the end, and you do that each day, and you do what's in your heart to do, when disaster strikes, you will not be there. Because your heart would have moved you to leave the area well before. Animals that have made their home somewhere, kind of like us humans that made our home somewhere, that's one thing. I'm talking specifically about the birds. If there's a fire going on, if there's some chaotic weather and winds coming on, they're going to feel that shift and they're going to fly off. They're not waiting. There's no bags to pack. There's no home that we fucking made to stay at. We're fucking gone. Just like that. Time to go, guys. Let's go. Weather's changing. But if you follow other people, if you follow organizations, if you value the job or the position or boss or this or that more than you do your heart, if you value anything else other than your heart, and you're following anything other than your heart every single day of your life, you're going to get stuck in a disaster zone, because you would not have heard that bad weather's coming, let alone been able to follow that which you heard, because you would have had your home made where it was, and you would have only focused on that. And by the time the fire had come 3/4 around you,
That's when you noticed it. And when you started looking and panicking of what to do, the fire was fully engulfed around you. That's it. That's it. The end is nigh at that moment. There's nothing to change about that. And that's why I've known on my journey with particular individuals in my path, when I have, let's just say, teamed up, partnered up with another in life, I would know that our time was minimal, because after years or whatever the amount or experiences, I would see that the Spirit's going to call me to go in this direction, and they're going to be stuck here. They're not going to want to move. They're not going to want to fly. At one point in their life, they loved to fly. They did that all the time. But they were actually entering a different portion of their life at this point. So I knew my journey had to continue, and I knew I wasn't going to be able to stay. That was just the reality. If I didn't accept reality, if I didn't listen to my heart, I would have stayed where I was, and I guarantee you, I would not be here talking to you today, and I would not be emotionally good. I would be drunk or something else. I said it. If I was going to live in that environment, if I was going to survive in that environment, I'd turn into a drunk. I'd be drunk every day. Screw my health, screw everything. I'd just be drunk every day. I saw a dude did it. That's how he survived there. I said, that's not what, I don't want to be drunk every day. I like coffee. Do you drink? Yes, I drink. I drink coffee. I love coffee. You fucking crazy? You don't drink? What the fuck? God, you don't drink water or nothing? Like, nothing? Yeah. What the fuck? I don't know. Stupid to me. Stupid phrase of question. Was your beverage, did it have alcohol in it? Of course not. I'm just high on my meditative abilities. Would you like to jump in? I could read some words, play my gong, bring out some nice little quartz crystals, and you'll be feeling zen like me. No, I don't want to take your test. I couldn't do that if I tried. Shit, I did try. I couldn't do it. You ever try to say your ABCs backwards? I tried once. Sober as can be. Plain, bright eyed, and everything. Refreshed and full tummy and good everything. Oh, shit, fuck, I couldn't do it. I don't want to try to do it. It's stupid. You fucking go join the goddamn Verbal Olympics. Have fun. I love. Bunch of love. Um, I do appreciate everybody. I really do appreciate being able to have life like we do. I mean, we don't have to walk outside. Some of us, different places of the world is different, and people from all around the world are watching. So where you're watching, your situation could be very different. But some parts of the world, you know, you can walk outside and you don't have to worry about somebody running up with you on a gun or jacking you for everything you got, or you know, you go to the store and you're okay. You know, I mean, there's at least some civility in the atmosphere. There's not. It's not a lawless land. Not completely. Yeah, a bunch of stuff's messed up, and we can clean all that up. We can fix all that up. And so I'd like to throw this out there. For one, first name I'll do a reading for. If you type it in the chat. But I really, every day, I really hope that you are encouraged to be who you want to be where your heart wants to be. Because that's the goal right there. If Sanjina Salam is around, they said, do you believe in Hinduism or the Egyptian stuff? Absolutely. Absolutely. Massive believe in that. At the beginning of the day, we're live at 5 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we go over essentially about 2 hours worth of mantras, stotras, ashtataras, Santamalavis. That's the last word at the end of the Ashtotara. I'm still getting all the names down. The Egyptians, where I started, the last portion of what I read is a long portion in ancient Egyptian. I read from languages, from a multitude of languages, including Sanskrit, Tamil. Tamil is the language of Indian, pretty old over there, and others, Latin and ancient Chinese and ancient Japanese, and they're all blessings. They're blessings that I found and that I've been given access to, and so I share these blessings with the world, and we go over those each morning. Yeah, this stuff is not just for show. This is my life. This is what I love. This is what I'm into. This is what I study. I went from Christianity, born and raised in that for 27 years. I was Jehovah's Witness, and then I moved from that and moved into, got into Jewish, and then after Jewish, that led me into Egyptian. And when I say I got into Jewish, I was writing out the Hebrew letters and the systems and everything else, going through it completely. And the more I got into it, is the more I got into is the more I found out that it really originated as Egyptian, as Kemetic. And so I was like, boom, let me get into that. Let me get into the real stuff. Not lost, not with the lost class of the modern Egyptian, if you will. I'm not saying the modern of who's living, but like back in those days or whatever. But like getting back to what they were really, the real stuff they had. And that's when I was studying that for a good long while when I walked into a Hindu temple. And when I walked into the Hindu temple, that's when I saw, now at this point I already knew, different face, different name, same being, same energy. I already know this. Okay, so when I walk into the Hindu temple, I literally see the ceremonies going on with the incense and the honey and the water and this and that and everything I've read about. And I'm like, oh I was like, they're still doing it, dude. They still fucking carrying it on. And I was able to talk to some people because I thought like the priests were just, I thought they went to a college or something to be able to do what they do. And then, yeah, some go to a school or whatever the case, but a lot of them, literally, it was passed from father to son for the past 5 to 8,000 years. That's how it survived. Not in a school, but passed from father to son. Holy shit, this shit has survived for thousands of years through unbroken family. This is ancient formula in action. So the Hindu, the Egyptian, the Kemetic, the Sanskrit, the Mesopotamian, the Sumerian, the all of it is one. That is the body of the Divine Father unified. Man broke it in half. The Divine Mother, the wife, brought in all those pieces, mummified, bound, connected, because she brought her sister in, the nurse, put all that information back together, and she was able to bring her husband back to life. She had to raise the child so that he could be aware of who he is, so that he could take back his kingdom and reinstate the proper stuff. So she had to be mama. She couldn't just be, she had to raise him. That's a lot of memory. That's a lot of work. That's a lot of reality.
The Divine Mother. The Divine Mother got this on her head for a reason. That's the sun. That's you. Re-empowered. Reborn. Bright. Creative. Life-giving. And these horns, what they represent is the universe. Her womb. That she's going to give birth to that again. That's at the point of her, that's at the crown of her head. That's what she's thinking about. Her whole purpose of life, everything she's doing is to bring that light back to life in her womb. Now this can happen, yes, physically, but when one truly draws the sword from the stone, the language from the vibration out of the stone, and a real mother, a real parent, they can raise that child. Anybody, any shamanic initiate, anybody on the path. That's what it's all about. We're not isolated in what we do. We're very capable of much more.
We can bring to life that which was once lost, that which was once divided, that which was once separated. It's been bringing this out for the past couple of days, and a house divided against itself cannot stand. So a person divided against themselves. We all have light and dark in us, and if we are constantly fighting with the light and the dark inside of us, then there's constant conflict and war going on until they can find balance, like the yin yang, like the Amen Ra, the masculine and the feminine, the intake and the output. Bring this into harmony and everything works out for that person. They were raised, boom, they can live now and go up on their own. And that's what's surrounding you, and if you're capable to have your own environment surrounded in things that you love, things that bring you joy, images that you appreciate. These tapestries between $60 and $80. The ones on the roof are smaller, so they're less. But the large wall ones were between 60 and 80, I think. And I've got 4 of them, so my walls are covered all the way around essentially, except for my little closet access. And so I have imagery on there, not just plain walls. I'm not just staring at blank walls. I'm staring at beautiful memories, happy things, and things that always allow my brain and my heart to just soar the skies. Happiness and peace. I think about a bird soaring the skies. I think about a bird that could just like catch those heights and just glide from stream to stream in the air. Very little effort, able to travel very far. I see people try, and they think that they have to try harder, and they think they have to try harder and harder and harder in this physical world, and if I get enough money, it'll solve the problem. That's the construct, right? That's exactly how a gambler thinks. If I just score it big enough, it'll be the last time I come. Or maybe a robber. If we knock this one off, it's the last score we gotta do. We can vacation for the rest of our life. You watch that movie, and then they get that score, and then the guy comes back and he gives one last big score, one more. That's the last one. You said the last one was the last one. No, and they somehow buy into it. Some of them are like forced to do it, depending on how the movie's going, whatever. Hopesful said that I'm a terrifying person. Wow. I told somebody, I said, I said, I'm a mean person. And they literally folded over laughing at me because they lived around me for months. And they were like, no, they've been around mean people. People are usually like, it's okay. I don't bite. And I'm like, well, if I ask you, will you bite me? I got thick skin, bro. Sis, I got real thick skin. Shisha. I can't share that information. That would make it like NC. That would give it. You can't share that one. We have to have a special room to share that information. Yes, I do tarot readings, tarot oracle. Nicole. Yes. Nicole was. I didn't see anybody else put a name in, but Nicole put her name in. So did you put your name in because you wanted a reading, Nicole? If so, I'll do a reading for you. The Sahara shifted to over top of Europe. It's raining routinely now in the Sahara. It's an evacuation destination, definitely now. Strange as that sounds, it's the reality. Holy fuck. The Sahara's getting rain. That's awesome. Thanks, Vespa Buggy. Uh, okay, so if I do able compo, I'll do one for you. But earlier I said I was gonna do one if somebody wanted one, and Nicole mentioned up. And then, Nicole, are you still here? I just want to make sure. And if Nicole's still here, I'll do a reading for you because you did put your name in there. Maybe Nicole left and isn't here. So, if she did take off, then, yeah, Abel, you here, bro? Just let me know. I know you just mentioned you're there, but I'm just triple making sure here. And then I'll grab the cards. I'll start shuffling them up. All right, we'll do a reading for you, Abel. Zachary Lahadu. I'm not an ex anything. Well, I never joined no groups. I don't join groups. I don't do that. But I am a psychic, and I've had people try to hide shit from me. And as a psychic, for my journey, what I've been through on the shamanic oracle paths, ceremonies, everything, this is day 106, 108. I got 108 videos, 5 hours a day. Just plus more videos on the short videos going back years. You could watch a whole lot of stuff I've released. Like, there's all that's there. If you're catching up, it's all there. But I never joined nobody. Fuck there. Oh, that's what I was gonna say. I've been in situations as an individual that I am. If you try to hide something, it lights up like a motherfucking goddamn firecracker going on, like the sun with firecrackers. On the astral side, the more somebody tries to hide it, the more fucking visible it is. I don't know about people that have been working out there doing what they do on the psychic level of stuff or how they work with shit. I know people got different systems and they've been trained and been through this program or that or whatever. This shit's my life. This is what I've been doing since a kid. I thought everybody else could do this shit since I was a kid. And once I got onto the track of things and I started doing some real investigation, I started putting some ancient civilizational stuff together. I was like, holy shit. Yeah, love believes all things, because if you don't have love, then you will separate those things and you will never put the body of the Divine Father back together. You will never see the heart of the divine embodiment as masculine and feminine, as father and mother, to realize that we are the creation of creators. Thus, we are creators and we can create anything. That's what we all do. That's what we have the capacity to do. Not just in like few at the top, but every single person can achieve this. And you can tap into this wisdom, to this intuition, to information that nobody else knows in the world. And all you gotta do is follow your heart. Your heart will guide you into every moment to hear and realize every omen. What omens don't happen around me? The last coincidence you had, and it was like, did you see that? And the other person goes, nah. You're like, oh, okay, whatever. You saw it, and that was a fucking omen. And because you saw it, the eye of the beholder gets the freaking understanding that it happened. They can see and make the relation. That's why the other person staring right at it saw nothing, because they didn't have those pieces in their mind. They weren't open. They had already cut apart information. No, that doesn't connect with that. They're separated. But you, we leave that open. because with itself, we're looking for compliments in life. Does that go with that? Does that go with that? Does that go with that? Let me get these puzzle pieces grouped together. Now I can put the piece puzzle together a little bit better. Yeah, there we go. Got the frame going. Now we start working on a portion. Now when we see the whole picture, we know what we're working with. But if we didn't believe something, if we said, oh, it's different from what I do. Oh, they dress different. Oh, they're from another country. Oh, there's blah, 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 blah. Then you're never going to take those things and put them together. And because you don't put them together, well, that's like having a fucking engine and a car frame Joe Blow has down the way. Without a fucking engine, that car ain't going nowhere. Frame or not, you fuck. You can put everything else in it. No engine, you gonna Fred Flintstone that bitch wherever you're going. Got to learn how to put things together. Just because they look different, just because they have different purposes, doesn't mean that they don't fit together. You got to find where they connect together, and when one does, that's when you get. You see the two halves. You see the whole picture. You see all three aspects of that reality. Now you can triangulate what you want to do. But before you can see two opposites coming together as a whole, well, then they're just going to be at opposition. Opposition doesn't produce. It ain't producing what we're looking for. It produced what we needed to get where we are, perhaps. But that's about it. Because I don't need to fight with anybody to move forward. I don't need anybody else to give a bad comment to feel better about myself. I don't do those things. I don't think that way. I'm not like that. I know who I am. And I say that because the more that you get to know your heart, the more that you follow your heart, the more that you will know who you are. And when you know who you are, you know what you like, you know what you do. And then very quickly something else comes in, you already know that's pulling you off your mark. You know you're the arrow flying towards its destination and something's trying to veer you off your path. No, 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 no. I know what I like and I know what I don't like. I ain't into that. You go keep it. If you want to have what you have and join me on my path, well, you go watch as I go my way, but don't tell me how to walk where I'm walking. I got my side about myself. You got your side about what you eating. People that have been on this earth for a few more years will understand this. People who have been here for less years than I have, you'll understand as I explain. You can accept it or not. That's up to you. Though there's a generation of people in this world, all around the world, and when they grew up as children, they were trained at school to do certain things in case a bomb was going to fall. Then when they got older, there was another scare of the world being destroyed, and they were reminded how quick life could end on a daily basis. Possible bomb attacks, so forth and so on. And there are people that are very much alive and walk around every single day that we see. And if you're in public, if you go somewhere public, that you see every day. And they grew up with the mindset and the heart set that our world is going to be destroyed catastrophically by some massive destruction that somebody's going to push a button to, or drop out a plane, or whatever the case. And coming into our days today, they're being reminded of that kind of stuff in its own way. And they haven't been able to shake this. This is how they've lived throughout their whole life. This is auto-running, sub-processing. This is the anxiety that they actually have every day. It's not just a thought. This is a reality that could happen. And so literally they're stuck in this energy zone. And when I became aware of that, it took a couple stories from a couple different people. I mean, I became aware of it the first time, but then the second time from somebody else, I was like, oh, damn. My brain really put it to a large number of people around the world that are real, or that live with this on a daily basis. It's real for them. And so that's another reason why I stay positive and joyous and that kind of thing. And I ain't worried about tomorrow or what will happen later today. I'm speaking blessings. I'm speaking too much. I'm praying too much. I'm doing. There's too much blessings going into this world to let utter destruction happen. We're averting that shit. We're averting destruction. We're averting into the world catastrophe. That much is fucking for sure. I stamp that into the goddamn cosmos. You can bet your bottom dollar soul on that shit all you want. You gonna bank. But to be happy and to be optimistic, to grow towards something better, to be a reminder to those in the world that have been stuck in another construct of being and be like, wait a second, somebody's actually like, huh, huh, huh. That's reevaluation for themselves in a positive way. Nothing bad. Encouragement is such a powerful thing. You don't need me to show up in your life to fix anything physically. If anything, you just need a little morale boost. Little morale boost, yeah, it changes things. I feel different. If I feel different, my shoulders up and I feel confident and I'm happy about who I am, go ahead and judge me for all you want. You don't like me, go ahead. Go ahead, spread whatever rumors you want. Just took all the false friends away from me. I recognize who's not my friend now. Thank you for doing that. Yep. What else we gotta do? Good. I come into work and now people don't talk to me or bother me. I'm not getting hit with negative energy. I feel kind of lonely. What do I want to do with my lonely self? I haven't had this moment for a while. I want to do this or that or that or this. And we'll go get some nice dinner, some good food. Darn, there's salmonella on the eggs. There's shit on the fucking lettuce. I don't know, some moron decided to go to all the safety boards and all the committees in our country and they fired them all. They stopped giving them money. So, oh, you don't need to be safety this or just let's go back to the way it was like in the 60s and 70s and we'll just figure out what happens later. We'll just deal with it later. And now we got a bunch of people getting sick because safety regulations for the very food that we grow and eat were dissolved because of greed to put it into somebody's ass getting fatter. Do whatever you want with that one. That's why I believe in you. Because you know what our world needs. You know it needs this safety regulation. It needs this attention over there. You know that it needs this attention over there. I don't fucking know. I don't see that. I don't deal with that. I don't work with that. I know that the water in the pipes that the energy is fucked off, so I know to filter my stuff and qualify it and everything, man. Like, I know that much, but I don't know how to fucking regulate water for a whole fucking city. I don't do that. I've seen how it works and the mechanics and the systems and whatever, but I don't get into the nitty gritty. But somebody fucking has engineering skills and they can do that. Their brain works like that. They're they're, they're they see life like that. You okay to take care of it. You know, is that would be better for us? Yes, 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 yes. We want better waters. Sure, do it. What resources do you need? Less here, more money for. We need a couple more people to make sure that our water doesn't get contaminated. Please look after our water and our food. That matters a lot. Holy shit. Holy shit, what a fucking unintended pun on the shit storm going on. Another unintended pun. This is what happens when we trust in a person and not our hearts, not in each other. When we see value in each other, then we value what we do and how it affects somebody else. We think about our actions and how it's going to affect one other person, let alone 1,000 or 1,000,000 or more. Evaluation of the end result. We can't just be throwing darts in the fucking goddamn dark around here. Our world is much delicate. Is way more delicate than that. Our society, our connections, people, love, getting away from the bombs, getting away from the disasters, and being able to paint a picture in your head that says tomorrow there's going to be love and goodness, and I don't have to worry about my food being contaminated or some crap going on in the system like that. I can know that people are doing what's in their heart to do, and what's in their heart said do the right things, or wherever it was, whatever it was, however it trickled down to me. If there was a side effect, maybe I'll let somebody know, but you thank you for all the good, and thank you for the small amount of bad that came with it. Thank you for the mountain of good, and that little rough spot. Okay, I could deal with that. I got that for me. Okay, I understand. You know, couldn't swipe out everything. That's cool, but we got the main thing taken care of. Okay, cool. Systems have been put in place for a vast amount of reasons. Some are there for complete selfish motives, and some are really there for a framework of our society and how it moves forward. I'm talking about the whole world. I'm not just talking about one place or locality. But the way that we act matters. They call it a United States. I'm not saying this is one country taking over. I'm saying this for everybody being who they are. But in a sense, I'd love to see a united world. A united world. Do you not have enough food for your people? Let us send you some food. We can help you grow some crops. We'll send you in some people, teach y'all how to farm a little bit, and da 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 da. Got some technologies go help you out too. Boom boom boom. If we were spending our money and our efforts on this rather than bombs, which are causing pollution into the ground, the air, the water, oh my gosh, we'd be doing a lot of good stuff, not a lot of bad stuff. And that comes down to everybody, a society of the entire world, on a aspect of following their hearts to goodness, being able to grow together to become divine in the flesh and not just simply be materialistic human. Oh, that's what I want. Ow, that hurt me. I attack it back. Oh, hold on now. Hold on. Why did it hurt you? What happened? What happened? Hold on. Let's stop it right there. Let's not just go. Let's not. We don't just need a conflict to end there. Let's figure out. Let that water settle. Let it calm, rejuvenate that water, make it holy again, bring life back where it was lost. Abel, I did not get cards, and it jumps back to my mind. Are you still here, Abel? I'm gonna see, maybe. Well, if you are here, Abel, put a message in the chat, and I'll see that. Oh, you are here. Okay, I'm grabbing cards right now. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm grabbing cards. Boom, boom. Okay, I'm going straight into the reading for Abel here after this, because, anyways, thank you for being patient, Abel, and thank you for still being here. But this was for those who just joined, saying, "What's this about?" Hello, my friend, fellow, and welcome to Cetra's Angelhood. We're living in the age of Aquarius, and your mind may be a little curious, though please feel free to go delirious as we follow this harmonizing course, tantalizing that inner force. You can be anything you want to be, and you can dream up anything you dare to imagine. Your mind is the key, opening up the heart to see, allowing the unity of both thought and deed. You are an electromagnetic individual. Your very emotions are electricity active within you. And what you do every single day with your life is the magnetism that you're polarizing your energy to live one vibrational energy. And that's your joy, that's your happiness, that's who you are at the heart. That's what we're about. Not that I understand the cards that popped out, but it was 2 cards instead of 1, and they were both a 6. So I thought that was interesting. You know, I don't think his name was Abel, but I do know I knew a Campos once. His last name was Campos anyways. Alright, man, you get in a reading, bro. Normally don't pull these many cards for somebody, but that's what wants to be shared. think you waited for nothing. That's for sure. That's cool. All right. So the first two cards is a six of hearts and a six of clubs. So going to the clubs first. Success doesn't need losers. Enjoy your successes, small or large. You can be proud of yourself. You managed to achieve a victory in dialogue, a win for all. And then the Six of Hearts brings out fairy tales from another time. Your ancestors greet you. Come forward with a gift from the old days that you thought you had long forgotten. Be amazed and happy at this gift. Your ancestors bring you this gift from the old days. Interesting start there. This brings us to, let me pull this up right quick. And this one is the Master of the Pentacle. And this means a rise in your fortune through the protection of influential people, generally of the other sex, of the other gender. Protection amongst this journey, gifts from your ancestors, protection upon your journey. I've talked about this before. This cube, their throne chair. There's different depictions that I have on my walls, and there's different images. There's a different image on this one that has significance on a whole nother level. Something I've been doing for a while. And give me a moment on the next one. Go. All right. So I'm going to read them in the order that the cards are. So essentially all of these cards are upside down. I'm just going to show them to you like that. I know it's not a full view or whatnot. But the first card here is the Nine of Scepters upside down. Stubborn, retreat, weakness, lack of courage, withdrawal, running away, scared. Don't apply these to yourself. The Five of Wanks upside down is moving forward, accepting help, forgiveness, emotional release, grabbed opportunity, going home, forward progress. And the last one is the Nine of Swords upside down, which brings out protected, maintain faith, defending yourself, and visible allies. The first card in particular, stubborn, retreat, weakness, lack of courage, withdrawal, running away, scared. That is what you're going to bring. That's the presence you're going to cause to others. That's not you. That's not you. The second one, though, the Five of Wands upside down, moving forward, accepting help, forgiveness, emotional release. That's what you're going to be able to constantly do. You're going to be able to constantly do that because you are protected. As it mentioned in the previous cards, you have invisible allies. You got a gift that came from some other family member, from ancestors. So you got ancestors helping you. Plus you got allies. Don't worry about those other people being stubborn and all that shit. You know what to do. You know how to flow. You know what you do and how it works because it got you to the success that you're at. Okay? And that will bring you, lastly, following that path, this one is the King of Acorns here, which brings out father figure, reliable, helpful, and protective, with deep values and nobility of mind, announces marriages, family joys, births, earnings, and inheritances. Know how to reciprocate. That's ultimately what you're being taught by the divine spirit of how to be. If you're taught how to be something by the divine, you're able to experience that reality too. It's the only way you can help people. That's the only way to be protective is to go through all these events in life for yourself, to have a little help, to be protected in your own workings so that you can keep doing what you're doing. And so that you know that the future of somebody's success, truly, your presence can alter. It can really manifest their success. Just your presence, a little bit of protection along the way, a little bit of help along the way, a little bit of... But know that these good tidings are coming your way if thus you choose to work and continue on that path that you are obviously on. There's no way these cards came up if you had not been on that shamanic path already, so I encourage you to continue on. Any last words or comments or questions or anything like that, Abel? I'll give Abel a moment there to respond. Well, I'm gonna move on. So if you have any comments or anything you want to share, you will go ahead and mention it. I'll try to keep an eye out for your comments. Uh, but we may do more readings today. Today I felt to do one reading, and uh, and I'm good on readings for today. But perhaps tomorrow we'll knock out. We'll do a bunch of readings though. Some days I feel like doing. Some days not so much. Just depends how things flow in the moment. It's interesting growing up in life. There was somebody I hung around, and they would talk about complaintive things all day long. Things that they weren't productive. Whatever they were talking about, there was no happy ending. Day after day after day, I'd let them go on and on and on. Let's see if this has a happy ending. Maybe it'll have a happy ending a week later, maybe a month later. Nope. Still no change. So I finally got to a point in my life where everything they said I turned into a joke. Every single thing they said I turned into a joke and I laughed at it. Not to laugh at them, but I turned it into a joke. I changed the words, I changed shit, and I made it funny. Because I like some comedy in my life. I like some laughter. I like some good things. I want to see. I don't want to watch a freaking drama movie and it ends with like just fucking complete catastrophe. I've seen a movie like that. I know the movie, and I'll tell you what, man. If I ever, in the past, I felt like everything ended and going to crap, well, that's the movie to watch because everything goes up and has no much happy ending. It's just complete crap at the end. You know, hey, sometimes that happens in life. But that's not normally what I wind up processing or doing. I usually find other avenues and routes to work with. And they never understood to any capacity. They were the same person years later. Still subject matter, still same conversational direction, which was pretty one-sided. Pay attention long enough. Some traits in people you already know that that's just one aspect of a whole part of being. That's not just a mistake from a good character of an individual. That's actually part of a different category. I love helping people and I love doing the good thing, and I like progress. I like to develop. I like to move forward. I like to onto something else, something new, something different. Conquering something I've been working on for a few years, whatever the case, whatever I've been plugging away at. And most of the time, well, yeah, most of the time when I get somebody to the point where I'm at in the past, I'll say that much for sure. In the past, if I could get somebody where I was, they went off doing their own thing, which is what I've gotten used to. People often do their own thing. They have different interests. They have a different desire. They have a different dream than what I have. There's other people, they've expressed that they got the same dreams that I used to have. And I've seen that dream from every other angle. I've seen it from this angle. I've seen it from that angle. I had the dream myself. I wanted to do it. I want to have a plot of land and, make it my own little piece of paradise, have people renting or whatever the case, and like kind of keep that little cool place going. And then like I moved to one place and I seen that dream at different levels. I lived with people where they had that dream at different levels. I mean, some just bought the property, they're clearing it out. Moved, I helped them clear out an acre plus of land or whatnot, at least an acre, and on to the next place. They had their land cleared. They had electricity installed. Like uh, different things, different stages, different levels, all the way to the people who, man, they were cool. You talked to them and everything. Dude had his own gig going, and the property was beautiful and amazing and awesome, and they were beautifying it ever more, and on and on and on. And so I seen that dream from beginning to end, and in the end, man, I don't want all that. I don't care to keep. I don't need all that. You know what? I don't care to do that. I seen someone else do it. I seen it. I seen it at all the stages and levels. That'd be cool, but I'm good. I like doing what I do. Like, can we keep it like a family in a house or something? Like, can we make a community open up or so? Like, you know? I've only learned how to do one thing in life, and that's how to be a solid friend, a good brother, an uncle, a nephew, a son, family. I know how to be family. I know how to be a best friend. Everything else I suck at. So I don't care to do it. I don't care to mess with it. I don't care to try to become something that I'm not. I know what I like. I know what my heart likes, and that's enough for me. It doesn't have to be enough for anybody else. If they like it, great. If they don't, whatever. I'm looking for a best friend, not a fucking thousand fake friends. You know what I'm saying? But this world is certainly becoming harder and harder to navigate with the stream of information flowing out. A lot of times we'll hear something and we'll wonder if it's AI or if it's real. I've had people come on here and they thought I was AI. Uh, all sorts of things pop up. And that was not just one occurrence, that was quite a few for a while. And so in this day and age, and some things I've seen, shit, after what I've seen, I'm like, well, can't, I there's people I could believe that they would think that I'm AI. I could grab that. I could, shit, for what I've seen other people be able to do. I was like, holy crap. And that is what it is. We gotta be really careful about the information that we do focus on. And fact checking is very important. Nowadays, depending on the news or the outlet or the source, who knows what or if we're going to get the information. And when we do get information, depending where it's from, it's important to look that up, see if it's going on, search it on the web. Is this going on today? Is that going on today? No, it's not. Okay. A lot of times, I might rely on the comments or something, or go in there, check something. Half the time you can't even believe the comments. You can be filled with just as much fake junk as the video is. So being able to navigate our world is getting increasingly difficult. And to be able to help the youth, be able to help anybody who's in that world, who's getting into that world, whatever the case, to be able to be like, hey man, pay attention a little bit more, recognize who you are versus what you're surrounding yourself with, like recognize the influences of what you're creating. You're concocting a character for yourself, a real, honest, true blue, genuine character of self. Everything I'm taking in, that's creating a bit of me, that's creating a bit of me, that's creating a bit of me. Everything's creating a bit of me. Wait, I don't like that anymore. Let's get rid of that. I'm going to bring this instead. boom, that's going to take its place. You're very much capable of telepathic communication, and you're very much capable of keeping your senses about yourself. The synchronicities in life, as they're increasing, that means that you're getting better. Your fluid communication's coming in smoother so you can get more faster. That's how the divine spirit works. The more that you can walk through life and not get checked up by the obstacles around and in front of oneself, the more they can send in to us, because we're not getting the wrong message. I'm just playing pretend here, but you know, if Nikola Tesla could not properly receive the information and they sent it anyways, it would have looked like a bunch of jumbled up numbers and diagrams, and nothing would have made sense. Nothing put together. It'd be like crazy ramblings. But he had the mind, he had the heart, he had the temple capacity to receive the correct information and actually do it, and it worked. It's very important being able to be stable in one's foundation, in one's heart, in one's character. And at the beginning, that character is not developed. It's like at the beginning of a video game or a really good long series of movies. At the beginning, character doesn't have much story. Just regular old Joe, just doing his thing like anybody else in their position. And then they go on this big adventure and go through all these events and blah 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 blah. And at the end, they're certainly a changed individual. They have a different character. There's certain things they're not going to put up with anymore. There's certain things they're not going to wait on anymore. Shit could change tomorrow. And if I don't act in this moment, then the moment's gone and I'll never have a chance. I'll never know. I'm not living with question marks in my life. I'm gonna go get those answers. I'm gonna go say those things on my heart. I'm gonna make the truth known, and I'm not gonna have regret. Not for a day, not for a night, not for a moment. I'm gonna release my truth and let it be. And if somebody doesn't like it, it's hurtful to them. If it's hurt, I'm not speaking my truth to hurt somebody. I'm speaking it to help. So if my truth becomes hurtful, we just incompatible. I'm not saying you're a bad person. We just incompatible. We not compliments for the same plate. Maybe one of us is ice cream and the other one is something completely opposite. I'm like, what doesn't go with ice cream? Well, ice cream will come after anything. Ice cream's great. But you know, you get a pie a la mode and get some apple pie with your ice cream. You don't get like a burger on the same plate, you know. You get French fries for the burger. And you get pie for the ice cream. Generally speaking, I can imagine some people saying, "Well, I'm going to take an ice cream sandwich and put it on my burger now." Not a great idea, because on a technical nutritional level, the milk from the cow will cancel out the protein from the beef, because they're two different products but from the same animal. When that combines in the body, it cancels out any beneficial, any nutritional effect. It's literally filler going through our body. We get no nutritional benefit from it. So unless it was like a buffalo burger and then like ice cream, you know, or some of them got like goat's milk ice cream. I never tried that. Anyways, you get the idea.
I'll tell you what. People, right? We look out into space. Let's talk about nothingness for a moment. So we look out into space and we see all this, like, just what we would perceive as nothingness. This is what we call and label as dark energy and dark matter. Nothingness that we have conceived as pure nothingness. We as a species on this planet have developed technologies to scan the environment at a molecular tinier than that level and smash these tiny things together and study the results of what's in them, all the way to the point of, and this was printed the 16th of this month. I don't have the article. But with a probe, with a satellite that's flying through fucking outer space, they detected sugar, a particle of sugar floating in the emptiness of space. Go look up the article if you want. It's fucking real as shit. So people might think of an abyss of nothingness, but no matter how deep we go in the coldest, darkest, even hottest resources of the ocean, in those depths we never been before, we keep finding new life. There's not nothing, there's everything. If we choose to look where no one else wants or cares to, because they're too busy with shiny, glittery, I like this, I want that, you're not a nice person, you're different, I gotta be mean to you, rah, 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 ooh. Let's have fun. Why so happy? Because I remember my childhood self, and he's with me all the time. I can play with my shadow. I can entertain my dark sense of self. I can let them live and see and think what they'd like to do, but not entertain that course of action. Not have to share that, not have to anything. But I can play, I can have fun with every aspect of who I know I am, because there's too much to contain into one label. Your soul is undefinable, truly. It's ever growing, ever moving, ever adaptable, ever creative, ever embodying, ever living. And that means that your flesh, that your soul lives within, when you're awake and moving and conscious, you have that same reality with you. Not that it means we should do anything bad or foolish. Keep one's senses about themselves. We do live in a multi-dimensional reality. And you can challenge that however you like. But that is reality. At all the different levels of our telescopes being able to see things. All the way down to our microscopes. You are special. Don't you think anything different?
You are important. You got something unique to give this world, and if you follow your heart, you're going to find what that is. When you find what it is, your purpose goes hand in hand. It's certainly wonderful walking through this life not asking questions, not wondering why. Not because I chose not to ask, but because I did ask. Because I did go on the journey, because I did get the experiences, because now I do know. I know. And that's enough for me. And the universe said, share what you know. I said, okay, let's share. So here we are today. Just sailing on our ship. Just because somebody lacks the sight to see something does not invalidate the existence that something is there. That's why we're encouraged to believe in the possible, the unseen, the miraculous. In a state of belief, the mind, the body, the heart, thus the soul, has a door open for possibilities. There's something possible there. Without belief, the door is closed. Doesn't matter if you want to do it or not. Doesn't matter if you say it every day. Doesn't matter what you do. Without belief, you're never going to do it. If I did not believe that this phone could transmit information around the world and a video instantly live, well then I guess I wouldn't be recording crap. Because I wouldn't believe it's real. Why would I be doing something I don't believe in? A lot of people say, how can you believe in so many different things? I got lots of friends. My whole life that I personally lived, I got friends over there, I got friends over there, I got friends over there. Those ones are rough, those ones are scary, those ones are all like prim and proper, those ones are like, don't give a fucking ass. Like, well, I got friends, I got people, I get along with everybody. I can understand why they live life the way they do. I'll go hang out. If you're interested in a good conversation, so am I, and if we can do that, I'm going to hang and chat for a bit, for sure. Why couldn't everybody else get along with them? They were trying to get something out of them. They were trying to get something out of them. That one wasn't satisfied. There was a misunderstanding there. Oh my gosh, them. Oh my gosh, that. Ah, rah, rah. Well, I don't normally initially walk in running my mouth off. I walk in silent and paying attention. Let me see what's going on first. Let me see what the atmosphere is. Let me see what the environment is. Now I can input what I want. Now I can shift or adapt or maneuver or whatever my choices may be from there. That gives me opportunities that nobody else, well, I don't care what anybody else is thinking. It's going to give me opportunities, plain and simple. I'm good with that. I'm happy right there. That's because I got options. Options are good. You always want options. Options A, B, C, D, E, or F. Hey, maybe B didn't work. Let's try E. Maybe E didn't work. Let's try A. More options, the better. Shit, try each one till it runs out. You ain't got no options. You can't try nothing. You get stuck somewhere. You're ending. Catastrophe. keep your options open. Remember that you can do things in multitudinous form of ways. You could interact with that environment like your child self. You could interact with that environment like your adult self. You could act like it when you were a teenager. Certain things work for different people at certain times. And just because we got out of school, well, the whole damn world's stuck in high school, if you ask me. Just because he graduated and went to that whatever name place and got that job, the same stuff just keeps spilling over, man. You don't really get out of it. You just get rolled into another version of the same crap. That's why I don't care to join nobody's nothing. No, I don't want to be with your. I don't mind, like, whatever, but like, I hang out and chat and stuff. But I'm not necessarily gonna wear your name on my shirt. I don't feel like that with you. Like, we ain't connected like that, man. That's like a friend thing. I hope you have a good day. And if I was able to bring you a smile, changing your day, if I was able to pull you out from wherever you were in the world, wonderful in your mind, that's what this was all about. Maybe people just comment bad stuff or whatever. Hey, that's what they needed to do. That's what they needed to get out. It's all right. I love you and I thank you for you being you. And I look forward to a world where enlightenment is spread and shared, and we have a society that values each other above everything else. It's each other. It's our whole species that counts. We don't need an attitude that there's not enough resources. We don't need an attitude that there's all these ways we can't help each other. Blessings, encouragement, optimism, dreaming a future that's positive, that adds up. That kind of stability adds up. It changes one's character for the better. It teaches oneself that they have resilience. Have you ever found resilience in yourself? It could be for anything. It could be playing through a video game you've had a hard challenge at. It could be building something you just kept messing up at. Maybe it was that thing that just wasn't your thing, but you just kept at it, kept plugging away, kept plugging away, kept plugging away. And finally, there was something to show for that. There was something beneficial. There was something where you actually felt a satisfaction of accomplishment that you were able to do that, or you were able to survive through that, or accomplish whatever it was. That's resilience. That resilience transferring into your character of being with a positive attitude and not allowing oneself to get sucked into an emotional vacuum of negativity of another person. Whoo! To be able to withstand that storm and stand tall and say, you know what? I got an inner storm. It's always there. I take care of that storm. I'm aware of it. It doesn't cause problems. That's the dark in me. That's my past. I know that's there. But you know what? Right now, I need to let that energy outside of me, not in a physical way, but I need to let that energy surround me right now so I could be my safe self on the inside. Who knows how the environment might shift and how you, the alchemist, the one who's able to transcend time and space in the very moment and put your mind and your heart wherever you choose it to be, regardless of where your body is stuck to be around or what you're forced to be listening to. I've been in the situations myself. people talking negative to me, and I can't even go nowhere, get out the area. If I could run away, I'd do it, and I couldn't. I was stuck there. I had to listen to their negativity. Well, that, okay, I'll go do another thing. I'll try something. I'm gonna do something else. I'm gonna start dancing. I was in that situation. Somebody, they just kept talking negativity. That's where I was living. Bad weather outside, whatever the case, nowhere else to go, whatever. And I was just like, they were talking about their negative stuff, so I just started dancing. Not all crazy, but I got jinglies on me, you know what I'm saying? Like, I just started dancing. Go ahead, I'm listening. If you get to talk about negative, crappy stuff, I could dance. Fuck that. If you get to put crap in the air, I get to put good roses and smelly jam and yummy honey and sweet stuff too. If you get to contaminate the environment that I live in with nasty enough, I also have the freedom and right to put beautiful stuff into the environment. Go ahead. Let's let yin and yang exist in the same space and see what happens. I'm ready to experience the results because I ain't going to live with I'm not going to do anything else. Because the results that's going to happen is words of power plus electromagnetism, focused, powered, energized. This energy is going to dominate. I know that much. And I could care less how somebody else feels at that point. I don't care anymore. There's no nothing. I don't. My, and a lot of times people ask me in person, they say, what's my energy feel like? Tell me, what do I feel like? They ask me for some shit like that. I don't mean to call it shit, but they ask me those questions like immediately. That's like primary thing. And they're like, tell me something about myself, whatever. And I'm like, that's not what I'm not, I don't give up. I'm focused on my energy. And that means my energy is so strong and powerful. This is what I've realized over the years. By focusing on oneself's energy, it becomes so powerful. It becomes such a beautiful essence and powerful essence that if somebody wants me to connect with them, I need to make contact. I need to touch the side of your head. I need to shake your hand. Like we need to sit down together. Like this, we're accessing this. This is not something I choose to access, but you want that, so okay, then I choose to, so that we can have this moment and you can get what you need out of it. But that's my energy is pulsing too much to be able to feel other people's energy. I don't know what your energy is. I ain't paying attention to it. I could care less. I don't know. It's probably not good. Chances are, 76% plus of this world, chances are, and the percentage is higher than that, I'm quite sure, but I'm just spitballing here, but chances are you're going to run into somebody in the world and they ain't doing good. Even if they're happy and doing good, at the core in their heart, at their original traumatic experience they went through as a little kid years ago or whatever the case, they're not doing good. That's just how that one's going to roll. If they were doing good, then we'd be talking as equals. They'd be sharing divine ideas with me. They'd be on a whole nother journey of life. We wouldn't be talking about what we're talking about right now. That's not how we would have approached each other in any regard. I wouldn't have started out like that. I want to hug. That's the first thing. I want to hug, and let's talk about life for a little bit, see where we connect. Yep. I don't have to share all my details. I could just, I had experiences, same thing with you. Go on. Yep. Boom. We're going to connect through that. Boom. Okay. Got all that registered. Let's move on to building something. Experiencing something, learning something. Let's input some new data so that we can actually figure something new out in this world, because two of us together, we're going to be able to accomplish more than we could by ourselves. We both know that. At that regard, at that degree. And that's what we both want to do. We want to accomplish more. That's what the divine spirit, evolution, development, reincarnation, the growth of the soul itself. It's ever growing, ever experiencing. my finger just like tapped the cards, and then I flipped them over, and this one popped up. There's 8 of acorns, and it says, a good and wise counselor, development, table discussions, sharing of ideas on various levels, open conversations with no secrets or subterfuges are most welcome. I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. You're awesome. You make magic happen every day. Don't give up in life. Don't give up. Some things, well, go ahead and walk away from, but don't give up on your dreams. You can make them happen by living your heart every single day, like that arrow flying right through the air to its target. It ain't worried about anything to the side or the left. It's going straight right where it's aiming. And that's what we do to get where we want to be. And everybody else's emotions is literally a gravity well trying to pull us off our mark. And if they can, they get us to land there, because then they take advantage of our resources. But our heart's headed towards ultimate goodness, divine direction. I love you, my brother and sister, my friend, fellow. Have a much splendid, wonderful day. What a moon day. Moon day, it's the moon. And until we see you next time, we'll be live at 5 Eastern Standard Time. That is -4 GMT if you're in another part of the world. And we'll be live again tomorrow and day after day after day until things change. But for now, this is what we're doing. Much love, many blessings, and Donner Day Till we see you next time.